There's nothing like
on time to court. And he acknowledged he understood, and yet here we are again. So I am requesting a bond forfeiture.
all right, the jury is, all of the jurors here?
And Judge, for the record, he just walked in right now.
Sir, you're late. Why are you late?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was having a hard time parking. Everything was filled up. I had to go to the 8th floor from the parking garage that I parked at.
But I told you before about being late. The jury is actually waiting.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to take up the request for a bond forfeiture after we finish with trial today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And is your client here for the violation report?
Yes, sir.
Why isn't he in contact with pretrial services?
Judge, I talked to him and he says that he has been in contact and has spoken to him.
All right, so he'll need to wait here. And I will send an email if you don't have any objection to his pretrial services officer, because the last time they said that he was not in compliance. So just give me a moment. Oh, counsel, you can have a seat. I'm going to send them an email and I'll see what the response is. Oh, and State is your first witness here?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'll have them on the witness stand, please.
In this part, we put these like this. Okay, so just put it on your. Like that. Okay.
All right, Deputy Laura. We're ready? All right, let's bring them in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Caitlin McCon.
I'm sorry, the last name?
McCon.
All right. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear. And if you could state your name for the record.
My name is Caitlin McCon. That's spelled CAITLIN
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And I was just about to ask you to spell that for the court reporter because I butchered it earlier today. So I do apologize because it looks like it reads differently, but it's McCon, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. Can you please just introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what your occupation is?
My name is Caitlin McCon. I'm employed as a forensic scientist at the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory, specifically in the serology and DNA section.
And I guess, one, did you have to go through certain educational background to become a forensic scientist?
Yes, so I received a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Virginia Tech, and then I received a Master of Science in Forensic Science from Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what about certain amount of training that you would have to go through? Can you explain that briefly?
The laboratory has an intensive in-house training program that's required before a scientist can perform casework independently. This includes a variety of check marks, including reading literature in the field, watching other scientists or observing them perform casework, passing a series of competency tests demonstrating your understanding of the material, performing supervised casework under the supervision of a released analyst, and ultimately undergoing a mock trial and then being released for independent casework after completing all of those milestones.
And so I guess that's quite a bit of information there, but how long have you worked at the Bexar County lab?
I've been employed there for a little bit over 4 years.
And in this particular case, what you're here for today, did you perform a forensic serology, did you complete a forensic serology report?
Yes, I did.
And can you just, again, briefly tell the jury about what serology report, what does that entail?
So in the serology and DNA section of the crime laboratory, there are two main components of testing that is done with the evidence. The first portion is serology, which is essentially the characterization or identification of potential biological fluids like blood, semen, or saliva, as well as triaging items of evidence to determine what may be a good candidate for DNA testing. So all of those body fluids I mentioned, anything that tests positive for one of those is a good candidate for DNA. We know that cells where DNA is found is in high amounts in body fluids. Another good source of DNA is skin cells, what is known as touch DNA. And so determining if an object is a good candidate for possible touch DNA is another part of the serological process.
So again, that's a lot of information there. But in particular to this particular case, that this forensic serology report that you submitted, do you have a copy of that in front of you or do you need a copy of it?
I have a copy.
Okay. And was that completed and I guess entered as the report on September 15th, 2022?
Yes, that is the date the report was released.
And is there a CIL case number associated with that?
Yes,
And what is that case number?
that case number, which is a unique identifier assigned to the case at the crime laboratory, is 22-03151.
And is that also associated with a unique SAPD case number?
Yes,
And what is that SAPD case number?
the case number for the SAPD associated with that crime lab number is 2210-8229.
And then is there also listed as complainants on this report?
Yes,
And who are the complainants listed for this report?
the listed complainants on this report are Officer Roland Acuna and Officer Philip James.
And does it have a list of suspects or suspect?
Yes,
And who is that?
the listed suspect is Tyler James Ashbaugh.
Now, on this particular case, did you have items of evidence that came in for this case?
Yes,
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked state exhibit number 57. Can you please tell me, it's already been entered into evidence actually, but do you recognize that folder or that envelope?
yes, this folder has the crime lab number written on it, the unique identifier 22-03151. It also has the item number that this item was given at the crime lab, as well as my initials, the initials of one of my coworkers, and the date that we received this packaging.
And state exhibit number 58, same questions. Can you identify that envelope?
Yes, the same markings are present on this envelope as well as my initials.
And state exhibit number 59.
Yes, this is signed by me as well.
And state exhibit number 60.
Also has my initials.
And state exhibit number 61.
Also has my initials.
And state exhibit number 62.
Also marked with my initials.
Now, state exhibit number 57 through 62 have already been entered into evidence, but I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 114. Do you recognize this envelope?
Yes, this is another item of evidence received by the crime lab. It has the same CIL number. It has the item number, date, and initials from me. This is the buckle swab from Tyler Ashbaugh.
Thank you. Now, on these particular items, were you tasked? What was your task with these particular items?
So starting from the beginning, how the crime lab receives evidence is the police agency will submit items of evidence to be tested to the crime lab. We have what's called an evidence receiving section, which takes custody of these items of evidence, assigns it that crime lab identification number, and then stores the items in a locked vault for pending testing. At that point, once I've picked up my case that I'm going to work for serology or DNA testing, I then go down to the evidence receiving section and sign the items over into my custody. So at that time, I am now in the chain of custody for these items, and they're taken up to the serology DNA laboratory. After this point, I test items of evidence for possible biological fluids or determine if they're suitable candidates for DNA testing, which is what was done in this case.
Now, with this particular case, did you do that? I guess the serology portion. Did you do that portion?
I did this in a supervised capacity. I had an analyst training underneath me at the time, so they performed the serology testing under my purview.
And in this particular case, did you get results?
So in this case, the items were deemed suitable for possible DNA testing, meaning that they were a good candidate. No biological fluids were tested for in this case.
And why is that unique? Not the biological fluids. Why weren't they not tested for that? If you're aware.
So depending on the item type and the scenario that's provided to us at the time of testing, items can be determined suitable for possible touch DNA testing. That there's no serological test for touch DNA. So that's not a test that's performed. The laboratory only performs testing for blood, semen, and saliva. And in this case, based on the case circumstances, that was not a test that needed to be conducted based on the information at the time.
Yeah, I guess that's where I was sort of going with that. You sort of answered my question, that the information and I guess what was requested of you, of the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that would be a request done by either a detective or an investigator associated with the case.
Yes,
And on this particular case, you said it was unsuitable for touch DNA or DNA analysis.
yes. So going through the items that I received, they were labeled as coming from the front passenger headrest of the vehicle, the driver headrest of the vehicle, the steering wheel, the gear shift, the interior driver handle, the interior front passenger handle, a pistol, and then a known standard from Tyler James Ashbaugh. So those items were submitted for possible touch DNA of a handler of those items in the vehicle. And then additionally, when we receive swabs that were collected, we can visually examine them to see if any soiling consistent with blood was observed. And if there is some, then a test can follow up testing for the possible presence of blood. None was observed in this case, so none of that testing was performed ultimately.
And then in particular of item under y'all's list, items 10-6, which would be the SAPD number E14, the swabs from the interior front passenger handle. Was that analyzed by you at all?
No, that item was not analyzed.
And why is that?
May I refer to my bench notes? So based on the bench notes, which are notes taken at the time of analysis, there was communication with the detective indicating that the person of interest was said to be the driver of the vehicle. This item that we're referring to was said to be collected from the interior front passenger handle and was ultimately deemed not important at the time to be worked, knowing that this item is always available for retesting if circumstances change.
Thank you. Did you perform any other, did you perform the DNA analysis on these items?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did?
My coworker Robert Sailors performed the DNA testing. And typically how that process works, if someone else is performing DNA testing, is the analyst that's doing the serology and initial inventory will retain items of evidence for DNA testing by taking a portion of the sample. In this case, a lot of them, or all of them, were swab tips, which are like little Q-tips. So the tips of those swabs with the cotton were placed into individual plastic baggies, tape sealed by me, and placed in a locked storage freezer until Robert Sailors, my coworker, took custody of those items for DNA testing.
This time, Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excused by from sake.
And defense as well.
All right, thank you. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. All right, thank you. And if you'll leave whatever items were given to you there in the microphone. Thank you. All right, state, call your next witness.
Yes, the state calls Robert Sailors. Take a seat. The judge will swear you.
All right, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear, and if you'll state your name for the record.
Of course. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Sailors. Last name is spelled Sailors.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Sailors, can you please just identify yourself for the, or introduce yourself to the jury, which I believe you sort of already have, but can you tell them your occupation and where you work currently?
Of course. I've already stated my name. I am a forensic scientist and supervisor at the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory. Specifically, I supervise the biology department, where we examine items for the presence of biological material and perform DNA analysis.
And you said DNA. So can you explain to the jury, we hear DNA all the time in the news and just daily occurrences at times. Can you explain to them what exactly DNA is?
DNA is a molecule that's found inside your cells. You inherit half of it from your mom and half of it from your father. And the DNA pattern that you inherit from your parents is going to be unique to you, with the exception in case you have an identical twin. So that uniqueness to you allows us to use it as a form of identification in a forensic setting, so that we can determine who may or may not be a contributor of biological material found at a scene, who may or may not be the biological father of a child that was born from an alleged sexual assault, and also used for human identification purposes with the medical examiner's office.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And as you said, you use DNA to, tell me if I'm wrong, you get a sample from, say, a crime scene, if it's a crime scene, and then that's a sample. Then you can compare it to known samples, for instance, a suspect or an individual. And are you able to compare those DNA analysis together and determine whether they come from the same person?
Yeah, we can determine whether or not the individual is excluded or not excluded.
Okay, and that terminology there, if anybody sent a DNA report, you hear about excluded or not excluded. Can you tell the jury briefly what that terminology can mean in these type of cases?
So when it comes to forensic DNA analysis, we take DNA profiles that we develop from evidence and compare it to the DNA profiles that we develop from known samples, taken from a victim or an alleged suspect. And then we determine whether or not the individual could be a contributor or not. Basically, does the DNA kind of match in a nutshell? But we use the terms not excluded or excluded because there's always the possibility that there is somebody out there that may have that same DNA profile just through random chance in the population. So because we haven't tested everybody in the world in order to prepare for reporting a case, we use the terms not excluded or excluded.
Thank you. And in this particular case, why we asked you to come here today, it's a CIL number that Ms. Matan testified to earlier. Did you write a report for a forensic DNA report for CIL case number 22-3151?
I did, yes, sir.
And was that associated with SAPD case number 2210-8229?
That is correct.
And named complainants on that case is it Officer Philip Jaimes and an Officer Roland Acuna?
Correct.
And a named suspect in that case was Tyler James Ashbaugh.
That is correct.
Thank you. And when was this forensic DNA report completed and I guess turned in by you?
The work was completed and the report was released on September 11th, 2023.
Now, earlier, Ms. McCall testified that she did her serology report and released report date was September 15th, 2022. So we're talking about a year apart. Is there a particular reason why it's so long in between?
In that particular instance, it may have just been that there was a larger backlog for the DNA work to be performed than the upfront like screening work that Ms. McCon had done.
Because I guess at times the DNA analysis takes a little bit more time, and then hence you might have other cases that you're working on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in this particular case, well, from your report, and do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. And from that report, what items did you process or analyze in this case?
The work that I performed particularly pertained to some various swabs. These were swabs that were labeled E9, the front passenger headrest, E10, driver headrest, E11, steering wheel, E12, gear shift, E13, interior driver handle, E3A, pistol, and the known buckle standard labeled as being collected from Tyler James Ashbaugh.
Thank you. Now, on these particular items that you listed, were those the actual items or were they swabs from each of these items?
They were swabs that I received.
And that had been performed not by you, but by somebody else, a collection agency that then Ms. McCon had actually processed or analyzed a little bit further, and then it goes to you. Is that accurate to say?
Yes, these appear to have been swabs that were collected by the submitting agency. And so it was the swabs that we received, not the actual items.
I want to show you some envelopes here that were marked state exhibit number 57 through 62. And I'm going to hand those to you. And I ask if you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Well, I can tell you that I don't recognize them because I'm not the one who performed the work on the evidence that was submitted to the laboratory directly. But these appear to be the envelopes that were submitted that contained the items that were retained by Ms. McCon that I then performed DNA analysis on.
Okay, so that's these are actually portions that Ms. McCon has identified, including state exhibit number 114, that she used to process. And then you didn't have access to this. You had access to what she processed.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And in those items that were collected from those state exhibits in front of you were processed by Ms. McCon, and then you use those samples to analyze for DNA. Is that right?
Right. And the reason a lot of times we do that is a lot of times we'll receive bulk evidence into the laboratory. And it just makes it easier to pare the item size down, like to just the swab tips, or maybe we swab the item and retain just the swab so that we can return the bulk evidence to the submitting agency.
And let's go ahead and go to the E9 front passenger headrest. You said earlier that you did perform a test on this item, which is E9, but then also you did E10. And I'm grouping those together. And I think we'll find out why here in a second, but did you perform analysis on each of these?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you find any DNA or a sufficient amount of DNA to analyze?
My conclusions pertaining to those items is that there was an insufficient quantity or quality of human DNA present to develop a genetic profile suitable for comparison.
And so that would be E9 and E10, which would be the front passenger headrest and the driver headrest. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
But then moving on to E11, the steering wheel. Will you please tell your jury the outcome of your analysis on that item?
On the item E11, the steering wheel, it appeared to be, it looked like it was at least 3 donors of DNA, possibly more. I wasn't really able to determine the exact number of contributors, and so therefore it was deemed unsuitable for comparison.
And is that common to find it's unsuitable? Can you explain to the jury why would it be unsuitable for comparison?
When we are performing DNA analysis on an item where we observe a mixture of DNA coming from multiple people. So that basically a mixture means that there's more than one person present on the item. In order for us to move forward and to perform a comparison and accurately calculate a numerical match weight, should a match occur, we need to have a really good idea of the number of contributors that we have on that item. And because of the quality of the DNA that was on that item and the quantity of the DNA that was present, I was unable to determine reliably a number of contributors on it.
So that's unsuitable for comparison. So no DNA past that portion was performed on. Well, I guess you went to as far as you could on the steering wheel. Is that correct?
Being unsuitable for comparison was the extent of my results. So no comparisons were performed.
But then moving to E12, which is the gear shift of the vehicle, were you able to analyze that and get some type of result?
I was.
And can you please just explain it to the jury about that result?
On the E12 swab from the gear shift, my conclusions were that human DNA consistent with 4 contributors was observed on that item, and that the genetic typing results are approximately 21 septillion times more likely if they had originated from Tyler James Ashbaugh and 3 additional people than if they originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. Basically, that means that that analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Tyler James Ashbaugh is a contributor of the human DNA on this item.
And so, you say quintillion percent, what was that?
I believe it was septillion.
So, well, I'm gonna, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like roughly 8 sets of zeros, is that right? Like 3 zeros, like 8 of them times, that's how many it is. That's quite a bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that means that, I guess in layman terms, you compared the DNA, that mixture, those 4 donors, to the DNA makeup of Tyler Ashbaugh, the buccal swab in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I guess, I mean, just, is there an analysis, I guess the verbal way you put it, I mean, I guess you don't use that terminology, excluded or not excluded.
That's
So
correct.
can you explain that to the jury?
So when we have a mixture of DNA, again, talking about mixtures, but we are able to have a defensible number of contributors that we can establish on the item, we perform an analysis that's called probabilistic genotyping, which basically uses, it's a computer-based algorithm that looks at the DNA mixture. And when we tell it, hey, consider this item as a 4-donor mixture, it's going to develop millions of sets of DNA profiles that might explain the mixture. And so what we're doing is we're actually comparing 2 propositions. The first proposition would be that the DNA would be best explained were it a mixture of Tyler Ashbaugh and 3 additional people, over the proposition that it is just 4 unknown, unrelated people. And when we take the known sample of an individual and a known profile and we compare it to that, the results of that computer analysis, depending on where that person's profile fits in that hierarchy, is what determines that number. And that number is called a likelihood ratio.
Okay. And so let's move to E13, interior driver handle. Can you please just, were you able to analyze this, and can you tell the jury the results of that analysis?
On the swab tips E13 interior driver door handle, human DNA consistent with 3 contributors was observed on this item. And the genetic typing results are, double check my math here, about 97 quintillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler James Ashbaugh and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals than if they originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Tyler James Ashbaugh is a contributor of the human DNA on this item.
And that was E13, the interior driver handle.
Yes, sir. Interior driver handle.
All right. And now moving to item E3A, the pistol associated with this case. Were you able to analyze that item?
I was.
And can you please tell the jury the results of that analysis?
On the item E3A, the swab from the pistol. Also, we had a mixture on that item consistent with at least 3 donors. But based upon the pattern of the mixture, I was able to discern the DNA profile of who the major contributor of the DNA was on that item. So we had what we call a major donor, and then we had at least 2 minor contributors kind of down low. But an easily discernible major contributor of DNA on this item. And so I was able to do a direct comparison with the genetic profile developed from the buccal swabs of Tyler James Ashbaugh. And my conclusion was that he was not excluded as the major contributor of the human DNA identified on this item. And then I further performed what's called a random match probability. And basically what that number tells us is that when we say a person is not excluded on an item of evidence, we perform a random match probability to say, what are the chances of finding someone at random in the population that would happen to match this, be consistent with this item? And so the random match probability for the pistol was that the DNA profile would be expected to occur in 1 in every 23, I believe, septillion individuals.
Okay, so that's where that language, that not excluded, that's sort of what I guess in the past, we talked about just previously, not excluded or excluded. And in this particular case, I think the difference between the other two items, it says a contributor, but in this item on the pistol, he's a major contributor. Is that accurate to say?
Right. The results are worded differently based upon the evidence profile that I'm looking at. If we can look at an evidence profile and it's a mixture and we can see that, hey, there's a major donor that has this pattern right here, then we can just focus on that major portion and perform our analysis. When we're presented with a mixture where the donors are all kind of like maybe about, let's say, equal contributors, so you can't really determine what the profile of person number 1 is, what the profile of person number 2 is, that's when we perform a likelihood ratio and probabilistic genotyping. So it just depends on the profile itself.
Thank you. So I guess to sum up your forensic DNA report, E12, which is the gear shift, and then E13, the interior driver handle, and then E3A, the pistol, you determine in different, I guess, hierarchy there, but you determine that Tyler James Ashbaugh was a contributor to those individual items. Is that accurate to say?
Each of those 3 items would have been consistent with originating from him in some various wording or another.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We'll pass the witness.
No questions, Judge,
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, by the state, Your Honor.
by the defense as well.
All right, thank you. You may step down. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony about this case with anyone. And if you could make sure that you leave the square microphone behind, please.
Just your side. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the reminder. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Yes. And Cindy, we're not on the record.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 114 is admitted without objection.
Thank you.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Mary Bowen.
And it's Robert Porter. Yeah, you beat me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, just make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear, and he's going to give you a microphone. If you'll put it on, just put it on your lapel there, okay? And that's for the court reporter to hear. All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Mary Bowen.
All right, state you may proceed.
Ms. Bowen, did you formerly have a different last name?
Yes,
What was that?
my last name was previously Hess.
Okay. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Bear County Criminal Investigation Laboratory.
And what is your title and assignment with the crime lab?
My title is a forensic scientist supervisor. I work in the drug identification section. I'm also the supervisor of the primer gunshot residue section.
Okay. How long have you been employed with the Bear County Crime Laboratory?
I've been employed since October 1st, 2013. I started as a seized drug analyst, and then in March of 2021 is when I became cross-trained in primer gunshot residue analysis.
And can you describe your educational background to the jury?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from St. Mary's University.
What training did you undergo during your employment or to become employed at the crime lab?
I received extensive in-house training, which included various written tests, supervised casework, working under an independently trained analyst. I had an oral examination, things of that nature.
And what are your job duties at the crime lab currently?
My job duties include managing staff at the crime lab in the various sections I have talked about, as well as performing duties that an analyst would perform, conducting analyses on evidence that's submitted to the lab.
Okay. Now, back in October of 2022, were you in the primer gunshot residue section of the crime lab?
Yes,
Okay. And have you received any specialized training in discipline of gunshot residue?
just the in-house training that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And just very briefly, is the crime lab accredited?
Yes.
And so, can you just explain to the jury the process of, or what gunshot residue is?
Yes, I have a visual aid if I may use it.
Yeah. If there's no objection, if she can use her demonstrative.
I'm sorry?
Is there any objection?
No.
Okay. So what I have here is a plastic model of a typical round of ammunition. What happens when the trigger is pulled on a weapon is that it releases the firing pin. The firing pin will strike the primer cap, which is this silver gray area right here. This primer cap contains shock-sensitive chemicals comprised of the elements lead, barium, and antimony, and that's actually what I'm looking for during my analysis. So the firing pin will strike the primer cap. It will create an explosion with these shock-sensitive chemicals. The explosion will bleed into the cartridge case area right here, and that contains gunpowder. The gunpowder will ignite and create gases to form and pressure to build. This pressure is actually what causes the bullet to be ejected down the barrel of the weapon. During that process, these elements, lead, barium, and antimony, become vaporized and condense back down really rapidly to form particles of all three elements or two elements. And these particles will be ejected through any open areas in the weapon and deposited on near and surrounding surfaces.
Okay, and so typically, how is the gunshot residue collected and then analyzed?
Typically, we will receive sampling devices or stubs, as we like to call them, which look like this. They will come in a kit, usually comprised of 2 of these sampling devices. It contains an aluminum disc with double-sided carbon tape, which is dabbed along the skin or along on areas that agencies wish to collect potential primer gunshot residue.
Okay. Now, did you conduct an analysis for CIL case number 22-03151?
Yes,
Okay, and was that for gunshot residue analysis?
yes,
Okay, and was that report released on October 28th of 2022?
yes.
Okay. What SAP case number was associated, and just to go back, the CIL case number, can you just explain to the jury what that is?
Yes. The CIL number or Criminal Investigation Laboratory number is a unique identifier assigned to every case that enters the laboratory. So that way each case can be tracked in-house with this number. It's associated with agency case numbers, but we don't use the agency case numbers to track specifically. We assign it our own unique number, and that will stay with the evidence throughout the entirety of analysis.
Thank you. And what was the SAPD agency case number that was associated with the CIL case number?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, do you have a copy of your report up there?
I do.
Okay, yes, you may.
The SAPD case number associated with CIL 22-03151 is SAPD case number 22108229.
And were there complainants associated with this case?
Yes,
Who were those?
there are two complainants. One is Officer Philip Hymas. The second is Officer Roland Acuna.
And was there a suspect associated with the case as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
The suspect listed is Tyler James Ashbaugh.
Now, can you explain to the jury how your agency receives samples for testing from law enforcement agencies?
Yes. So typically, like I described before, we'll receive samples in the form of a kit, which generally contain 2 of these sampling devices and are in a sealed envelope. The agency will have collected those and bring them to the laboratory. We also accept clothing for analysis. The clothing, they would just submit the items of clothing, and then the sampling devices would be taken at the lab.
Okay, and in some instances, is it common for an employee at the crime lab to also do their own swab of the materials submitted for gunshot residue?
Yes, we only do this for clothing items.
Okay, thank you. Now, did your laboratory receive items for analysis from the San Antonio Police Department?
For this specific case, yes.
Okay. Now, regarding the submissions for item 1-1, what was that you received for your analysis?
The item I have inventoried as item 1-1 was 1 tape sealed gunshot residue collection kit said to be collected from Tyler James Ashbaugh.
May I approach you, Judge?
Yes.
Now I'm going to have you take a look at what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 115. Can you just take a look at that for me? Does that appear to be what is listed in your report as item 1-1?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on, what did your agency receive that received the label 2-1?
I would have assigned the inventory number 2-1.
Okay.
So item 2-1 was 1 tape sealed brown paper bundle containing 1 red polo shirt.
And item 2-2?
Item 2-2 was 1 tape sealed brown paper bundle containing 1 navy blue t-shirt.
And item 2-3?
That is 1 tape sealed brown paper bundle containing 1 pair of gray pants.
And then item 2-4.
Item 2-4 is 1 tape sealed brown paper bundle labeled socks, and that was not inventoried and not tested.
Okay. Is it kind of uncommon to find GSR on socks given the circumstances that were relayed to you?
There weren't particular circumstances related to me, but we typically at the lab do not, out of routine, do not process undergarments.
Okay, thank you. Now
Or,
moving,
I'm sorry, the primer gunshot residue analysis for undergarments.
okay, thank
I
you.
apologize.
No worries. And then moving on, then item 3-1, what was that?
Item 3-1 was one red polo shirt,
And 3-2,
one red t-shirt,
and then 3-3,
one red t-shirt.
and then item 4-1.
Item 4-1 was one black baseball cap.
Now, I'm gonna have you take a look at, I guess what has already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 104. And I need to get my stickers, just give me. Okay, now I'm gonna show you what has been marked as 104A, if you can take a look at that for me. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 104B, if you can take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 104C, if you can take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me how you recognize those?
I recognize these particular items, 104A, 104B, and 104C by the CIL number listed, associated with this case. Also the item number, my initials, and date.
Okay, and so you've put your identifying marks on them back when you conducted your analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you just tell me what is contained within states 104A, B, and C?
In states 104A, this is labeled I3-3. So those would be the sampling devices collected from the one red t-shirt listed on my report, item 1-3-3. These were the ones taken in-house and analyzed. So the clothing itself is not analyzed on our instrument. It's the sampling devices that are collected from the clothing items.
Okay, and can you just explain to the jury how you go about swabbing the clothing to do your analysis?
I'm gonna refer to my notes because the process is different for different types of clothing.
Okay, that's
If
fine.
that's okay.
Yes.
So for item or states exhibit 104A, which is labeled I3-3, these are my identifying marks. That was one red t-shirt. So there were two sampling devices collected from this particular red t-shirt. One sampling device was collected from the front right chest and sleeve area, which would be this quadrant and the sleeve. And then one sampling device was collected from the front left chest and sleeve areas.
Okay. And then for item 104B.
So 104B is labeled I3-1, which was a red polo shirt, and similarly to the last item, there was one sampling device collected from the front right chest and sleeve area and one collected from the front left chest and sleeve area.
And then was it the same for 104C?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm gonna have you look at this, states exhibit 104, and I'll take these. And Judge, well, I withdraw for now.
Okay.
If you could just take a look at that. And then right here. Do you recognize that? States 104?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
I recognize this again from the CIL number that is listed on this item of evidence. The item number, item 3, my initials and date, as well as the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory evidence tape with my initials and date on that as well.
Okay, and so can you tell me what is contained within states exhibit number 104?
So State's Exhibit 104 would be itself, or it contained the one red polo shirt, one red t-shirt, and another red t-shirt.
Okay, and is that consistent with what's labeled in your report as items 3-1, 3-2, and 3-3?
Yes,
Okay. And this is what you received and conducted your analysis on, is that correct? Sorry.
that's correct.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state offers states 104, 104A, 104B, and 104C into evidence.
Any objections?
Yeah, first judge.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and just open 104A, B, and C, and permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Granted.
Do you need gloves? And then if you could just and have you pull out the shirts that you conducted your examination on, and can you tell us what item that is?
This particular item is item 3-1, which is the one red polo shirt.
And I guess just for the record. I'm gonna label that, if there's no objection, 104D.
No objection.
All right, 104, other than your previous objection. All right, so 104D is admitted.
And then if you could just pull out the next one, please. And can you let us know what item that was?
So this is item 3-1, the one red t-shirt.
And for the record, I'm labeling that as 104E. And I see some markings on this t-shirt. Can you just explain what those are to the jury?
Yes, like I was explaining before, different items of clothing will be sampled or stubbed in different quadrants or areas, in areas which are most likely to contain gunshot residue if it is present. So in this particular scenario, the red t-shirt was sampled, one sampling device from the front right chest and sleeve area, and then the front left chest and sleeve area. So the dotted line on the bottom indicates that no, the sampling device was not stubbed below that line. And the middle line indicates the separation between the right and left.
Okay. And then if you could just pull the next item out, please. And what I'm labeling that as states exhibit 104F. And if you could just let me know what item number that was.
So states exhibit 104F is item 3-3, the one red t-shirt.
And we see the same markings. Would that be the same as you previously explained?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now regarding your analysis, can you explain your findings to the jury regarding what was labeled in your report as items 3-1, 3-2, and 3-3?
So for item 3-1, the one red polo shirt, no microscopic particles containing any combination of lead, barium, or antimony were detected on the GSR sampling devices collected from the front right chest and sleeve area and front left and chest and sleeve area of the red polo in item 3-1.
And just when you're conducting your analysis, up to how many particles can you identify?
Sometimes sampling devices can contain like hundreds of particles, so which can be very time consuming to manually confirm. It is a manual confirmation process. So in our laboratory, the procedure is to confirm up to 10 particles.
Okay, and that confirmation, I mean, what is the conclusion that comes along with the confirmation? Is it that the person actually fired the firearm, or just that they were in the vicinity of a discharged firearm?
There can be various conclusions based on if it's a piece of clothing or if it's a person that has been the subject of the sampling kit or sampling devices.
Okay, and so I guess if we look at item 3-1, what was your conclusion based on finding no microscopic particles?
So the conclusions for item 3-1 would be that it is indeterminate if the red polo in item 3-1 came in contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Okay, and then moving on to item 3-2, did your analysis yield any microscopic particles?
Yes.
Okay, how many was that?
So for item 3-2, one microscopic particle containing lead and antimony was detected on the GSR sampling device collected from the front right chest and sleeve area of the red t-shirt in item 3-2. And then one microscopic particle containing lead, barium, and antimony, and one microscopic particle containing lead and antimony were detected on the GSR sampling device collected from the front left chest and sleeve area of the red t-shirt in item 3-2.
Okay, and then what was your conclusion based on finding those microscopic particles?
So the conclusion would be that based on the morphology and elemental composition of these particles, the red t-shirt in item 3-2 may have come in contact with a discharged firearm, was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Okay, and so when we use that language, may have come into contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharged firearm, that could be anything from the individual actually firing the firearm themselves or being fired upon. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, and there's really no way with the GSR science to kind of pin it down and say, well, I found 10 particles, so that means that this individual is definitely the one that fired that firearm.
Correct. That is not something that GSR analysis is going to be able to tell you.
Okay. And then regarding item 3-3, did you find any microscopic particles on item 3-3?
No microscopic particles were found.
Okay, and so then what was your conclusion regarding that?
The conclusion, again, similar to item 3-1, is that it's indeterminate if the red t-shirt in item 3-3 came into contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Okay. And you received other items to conduct an analysis on, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you take a look at what has been marked as State Exhibit 116? If you can just take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes, I do recognize this.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, by the CIL number, the item number, my initials and date, as well as the Bexar County Crime Lab evidence too.
Okay, and so that's something that you received into your custody, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so if we can go ahead and open it, I'll take that actually, thank you.
Would you like me to open it?
Yes, just outside the presence of the guys. If you can.
Does it matter where?
No.
You have scissors.
Yes. And if I have these. Okay, now I'm showing you what has been marked as State Exhibit number 116A, 116B, and 116C. Can you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, and then just adding to that 116 E, F, and D, do you recognize those? Yes, okay. Now regarding states exhibits, well, 116A through F, how do you recognize them?
Again, the CIL numbers associated with this case, the item number, my initials. There are also the initials of the forensic technician who collected the sampling devices from the pieces of clothing.
Okay, and so you placed your identifying marks on them and you conducted an analysis on them, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and so can you just go ahead and tell me what 116A is?
Yes, so 116A would be corresponding to item 2-1 on my report, which is one tape sealed brown paper bundle containing one red polo shirt.
Okay, and 116B,
116B is corresponding to item 2-3 on my report, which is one tape sealed brown paper bundle containing one pair of gray pants.
and then 116C, please.
116C corresponds to item 2-2 on my report, which is one tape sealed brown paper bundle containing one navy blue t-shirt.
Okay, and I'll take those from you. And then if I show you states exhibits, 116D, can you please tell me what that is?
So states exhibit 116D are the sampling devices collected from item 2-1, the one red polo shirt.
And states exhibit 116E,
States exhibit 116E, it corresponds to the sampling devices collected from item 2-3, which is the one pair of gray pants.
and then 116F.
116F are the sampling devices that were collected from the navy blue t-shirt.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers states 116 and then 116A through F.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, States Exhibit 116 and 116A, B, C, D, E, and F are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Granted.
All right, no. Well, I guess if you can just start by opening states exhibit 116D. And I guess, can you just explain to the jury how you would go about using these to swab for the gunshot residue?
Well, on pieces of clothing, like I explained before, if it's a t-shirt or a pair of pants, the areas will be marked with dotted lines on the pieces of clothing. The technician in this case would have gone and gently dabbed in those areas that were marked by the dotted lines.
Okay.
Then the technician, in this case, Jason Rogers, he would have labeled these stubs and then provided them to me for analysis. I would also have labeled these stubs to verify that they came from the item that they were supposed to come from. I also initial on the items of clothing. And then they would be taken to the scanning electron microscope room at the laboratory, which is just a very high-powered microscope that allows us to visualize these very tiny microscopic particles.
Okay.
On these sampling devices.
Now I'm handing you states exhibit 116A, if you could just open that for me, please. And just for the record, it's gonna be 116. Okay, now you said that this was item 2-1. Can you tell the jury whether you found any particles on this item?
Yes. I did find particles on this item.
How many?
So from the front right chest and sleeve area of item 2-1, this red polo, 2 microscopic particles containing lead and antimony were detected. From the front left chest and sleeve area of this red polo, from item 2-1, 1 microscopic particle containing lead, barium, and antimony, 1 microscopic particle containing barium and antimony, and 1 microscopic particle containing lead and antimony were detected.
And so what was your conclusion based on those findings?
So again, based on the morphology and elemental composition of these particles, this red polo from item 2-1 may have come in contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
And then if you could just I'm handing you 116B, if you could just open that for me. All right, and this was listed as item 2-3, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did you find any particles on this item?
I did.
And how many was that?
So for item 2-3, which are these 1 pair of gray pants, I detected or was able to find 2 microscopic particles containing lead, barium, and antimony, and 1 microscopic particle containing barium and antimony from the front right pocket and upper thigh area of the gray pants in item 2-3.
And what was your conclusion based on those findings?
So I apologize. There were also particles found on the front left pocket and upper thigh area. There was 1 microscopic particle containing lead, barium, and antimony, and 1 microscopic particle containing lead and barium.
Okay. And based on those findings, what was your conclusion regarding this item?
So based on these particles that were detected, the pair of gray pants in item 2-3 may have come into contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 115C, please. So
State's Exhibit 116C corresponds to item 2-2 in my report, which is a navy blue t-shirt.
okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and open that up. Did you find any particles on this item?
I did.
How many was that?
So on this particular item, item 2-2, the navy blue t-shirt, 10 microscopic particles containing lead, barium, and antimony were detected on the front right chest and sleeve area. And 10 microscopic particles containing lead, barium, and antimony were detected on the front left chest and sleeve area of this navy blue t-shirt.
Okay, and you said 10 was the maximum that can, or that is accounted for at the Bexar County Crime Lab, is that correct?
Yes, we will stop confirming after we have confirmed 10 particles.
Okay, and so based on those findings, what was your conclusion?
Again, based on the elemental composition and morphology of these particles that were detected, the navy blue t-shirt in item 2-2 may have come into contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Okay. And now, did you also receive a test kit that was taken from the defendant, Tyler Ashbaugh?
I did.
And did you conduct an analysis on that?
Yes.
And is that what is labeled as State's Exhibit number 115?
Yes.
Did you find any particles on State's Exhibit number 115?
So State's Exhibit number 115 would correspond to item 1-1 on my report. I did detect one microscopic particle on the sampling device on the right hand that was collected from the right hand of Tyler James Ashbaugh, and no microscopic particles containing any combination of lead, barium, or antimony were detected on the left hand of Tyler James Ashbaugh.
Okay, and then so based on those findings, what was your conclusion regarding State's Exhibit number 115, which is labeled as item 1-1 in your report?
Yes, so based on the morphology and elemental composition of this one particle, Tyler James Ashbaugh may have discharged a firearm, handled the discharged firearm, or was in close proximity to a discharging firearm.
Thank you. And then we have one remaining item left. That was item 4-1. Can you tell me what that was that you received in the lab?
Item 4-1 was one black baseball cap.
Okay. Now I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 101, and then what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 102. If you could please take a look at this and let me know if you recognize them. This I do read. This I don't think is the correct item. There's not. Okay, so take a look at 102. Let me know if you recognize that.
Yes, I do recognize State's Exhibit 102.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit number 103, if you can take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that. Yes, okay. And how do you recognize State's Exhibits 103 and 102?
On both of these items, the CIL number is labeled. The corresponding item number that I assigned to this piece of evidence, pieces of evidence, my initials, the date, as well as the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory evidence tape.
Okay, and so what is contained within State's Exhibit number 102?
So State's Exhibit 102 would be the sampling devices taken from the black baseball cap.
Okay, and State's Exhibit number 103 has already been entered into evidence, but it's, is this the black baseball cap that you received to conduct your analysis on?
Examine it. Yes.
Okay, and regarding that, how did you label it in your report? Is that as item 4-1?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you find any microscopic particles on State's Exhibit 103?
Well, the items that were analyzed would be State's Exhibit 102. So State's Exhibit 103 would be the black baseball cap itself.
Okay,
The sampling devices that were collected at the laboratory would be State's Exhibit 102.
okay. So did you find particles on the hat is what I'm asking.
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay, how many was that?
So on the black baseball cap, I found 2 microscopic particles containing lead, barium, and antimony, and 1 microscopic particle containing lead and antimony on the sampling device that was collected from the outside area of the baseball cap in item 4-1. And I also found 2 microscopic particles containing lead, barium, and antimony on the sampling devices collected from the inside area of the baseball cap in item 4-1.
Okay, and then I'm gonna take the hat from you. And then based on those findings, what was your conclusion regarding this item?
So the conclusion would be that the baseball cap in item 4-1 may have come in contact with a discharged firearm or was in close proximity to a discharged firearm.
Okay, and Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 102 into evidence.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 102 is admitted.
And we pass the witness, Your Honor.
Let me proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And before I begin, was State's Exhibit 115 offered in evidence?
Not yet.
No, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that as Defendant's Exhibit 77.
I guess, yeah. Okay. I don't know, I can. It's right there. Nice. I'll get it.
Okay, so do you recognize this item?
Can I have parties approach?
Yes, Jen.
With that exhibit, please.
Yes.
All right, and state,
Megan Galloway for the state.
all right, and are you Mr. Smith?
Yes.
All right, you entered a plea.
It's family violence.
I got it.
Oh, no. Jason Gearham for the state? Okay. You entered a plea on May 14th of no contest to aggravated sexual assault of a child. According to your plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 8 years in the prison. The state is opposed to your applications. There's to be no contact with the complainant. Have you had a chance to review the PSI, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objections.
All right, any witnesses or just argument?
Just argument, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear your argument, counsel.
Judge, Mr. Smith is 52 years old. As you look at the PSI, he does have a criminal history, but that most of that criminal history is from well over 20 years ago, Your Honor. You know, people have troubled youth patterns and things like that. But in the meanwhile, over the past 20, 25 years, he's been working hard. He's a barber for 20 years. He also worked for, I think it's called Builder's Home Source. Builder's First Source. Builder's First Source. He's in construction. He would, over the past, I'm gonna say 5 to 10 years, work 6 days a week, Your Honor, constantly working for his family. And today we're asking for the court to grant him deferred adjudication to discharge. There's no statutory limitation that doesn't allow the court to grant deferred adjudication with this serious charge. However, Mr. Smith has agreed that he will abide by any sex offender registration conditions. He's eager to get on deferred adjudication so that he can be a productive member of society. He's carried a job forever in his adult history. So he can be a productive member of society, Your Honor. He will abide by any no contact orders that the court may impose. And additionally, Your Honor, we would ask that as you look at the PSI, you'll notice that overall well, let me say it this way, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Smith is worthy of deferred adjudication, given the fact that he hasn't had any priors for over 20 years. And the priors that he did have were completely unrelated to this particular charge, Your Honor. So because of that, we're asking for deferred adjudication in this case, or in the alternative, the statutory amendment.
All right. The court is going to find you guilty. I want you to know that I reviewed the stipulations. I reviewed the PSI reports. You know, when you can't cross boundaries, you know, as a father or as a stepfather, those are serious boundaries, and it has an impact on the child that you cross those boundaries with. And that then brings up trauma to them, and that brings up the trust issues with them as it relates to males or people who come in their homes. You understand?
Yes.
And so I'm reading in the stipulations that, you know, the complainant is saying they remember this because it happened when they were in 7th grade. So the court is going to find you guilty. The court is going to sentence you to 8 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's a $1,500 fine. Time and money will run concurrently. There should be Chapter 62 registration, and there's to be no contact with the complainants, and no contact, no residing with minors. All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I do realize that prison time, jail time, anytime your freedom is taken away from you, it's a lot of time, even if it's just an hour or a day. But when you think about the impact that this has had on minors who are now adults, and now what they take with them, it's sort of like a lifetime impact for them. You understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Judge.
Is there a victim impact?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
Oh, no, no problem.
Yes, it's just.
All right, Robert Porter, are you ready? Okay,
Can we call him up, Judge?
yes.
That's right.
All day.
All right. This is for a plea, correct? All right, court is calling 2024 CR 011920 State versus Joseph Grant. Can I have parties announce?
Robert Porter for Mr. Grant.
And are you Mr. Grant? Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
I did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Grant, did you review the application for deferred adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I did.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand, you're charged with the unauthorized use of a vehicle that's a state jail felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state will call in the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Grant, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at a $2,000 fine probated. State recommends deferred adjudication. They're taking into consideration 2025 CR 003313. There's to be $2,300 payable to Timothy Thompson. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea.
It is, Your Honor.
State is at the plea.
It is, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
So, yeah.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that its community supervision be for a term of 5 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours community service restitution, no contact with Timothy Thompson, and the MRT course and the theft course. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offers states one in attachment.
No objection.
All right, so in anticipation of this plea and seeing how thick the stipulations were, the court read the stipulations previously. So if you would like, someone else could take this plea or I can take the plea.
Your Honor,
Let me put it this way, Judge. I know even though the court read them already, I know this court will not take those into consideration based on this, and the court will take into consideration what is before the court.
Well, I am gonna want to know what's happening with the spider monkey.
That I don't
All right, so we'll find out, okay?
know.
All right, did you review the waiver and consent to stipulation with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. And what I can tell you, Mr. Grant, is normally I do not read stipulations before they're offered in the evidence. I read them sooner in this case because they were extremely thick and we're in the middle of a jury trial. And state, so you're aware, I did text Mr. Porter to let him know we're about to do the plea, but there was no discussion of the case. So there are some things that I can just let go, then there are other things that I cannot. So with this case, I'm gonna know, where is Cash, the spider monkey?
He's with my brother.
All right, and where did you get this monkey?
My brother had brought it.
All right, so,
He has papers, he's legal.
you know, I don't know why people, and this is just a side note, I don't know why people take animals, you want to treat them as humans and put them on clothes and everything. That monkey was probably enjoying its best life in some sort of jungle or wherever spider monkeys live. And somebody took that monkey from their mom. Mom is out here looking for her baby. And this is what happens, off the record, Cindy, this is what happens when nobody's ever grown up to see the movie Monkey Shines.
Your Honor, when I was a child, my father showed up with 2 spider monkeys that he bought at TG1.
Oh my gosh, I remember TGNY. Well, what is TGNY doing selling spider monkeys? I don't know. All right, we can go back on the record. I don't think you're a good parent for this spider monkey. Are you the owner of the spider monkey?
No, I'm not.
All right. And if people go around and start spelling things with K's instead of C's, none of the children growing up are going to know how to spell anything. And in the photographs, who is the female with the 2 piercings in her tongue?
My ex-girlfriend.
Your ex-girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
What is her name?
Kanika.
I'm sorry, what?
Kanika.
How you spell the first name?
I'm not sure.
Dating somebody don't know how to spell their name. I'm going to assume it's spelled phonetically and probably with a K. What's the last name?
Buchanan.
All right. Are you employed?
You know.
What do you do?
I started a roofing business, roofing and gutters, and then I'm also like entrepreneur. I got a clothing brand.
What's your clothing brand? Because in the photographs, I just see you wearing other people's brands.
No, I just started the brand.
And what is this brand?
It's global clothing.
Global Clothing. I've heard that before. I don't think that's a new name. You need to come up with something else.
It's,
I mean, I'm serious. I've heard of global clothing before. I don't know. Maybe you can do FUBU too. But you probably get sued.
yeah.
How far did you go in school?
I graduated.
All right. So what do your parents think of this foolishness?
Yeah, my mom's upset.
As she should be. Did she raise you to be this way?
No.
And then all of that money, the wads of cash you're showing yourself, taking photographs with, laying on the dirty kitchen floor. Was any of that placed in the savings?
No.
So it appears that some was spent on getting the female you were with her piercing and her jewelry, because that's the only reason why she's with you, because you have cash. The other of it seems that you were buying expensive clothes, Burberry and all of this other stuff. None of it was spent. Do you even know where that money went? Can you even look at something tangible and say, this is what I spent my money on? That's how fast money is. It goes very quickly. And then it's no good to do it illegally because then you're constantly looking over your shoulder. You can't even enjoy the fruits of your labor. Did you ever watch The Wire?
No.
There's a scene in The Wire and somebody's trying to tell this guy what to do with his money. And so they like, you need to put it in an offshore account. He's like, okay. So the accountant has him put it in an offshore account. Then that guy goes to the accountant, where's my money? And the guy's like, it's in an offshore account. I want to see it. I want to touch it. I want to feel it. You can't even touch or feel money because you just let it grow out the window. This business that you were doing, there are only two things and the people that you were dealing with, because I know who you were dealing with, only one or two things can end up happening. Either you end up going to prison or either your mom ends up finding your body based upon the people that you're dealing with. Because when you do this and people pay you for this and you don't deliver, they still want their money. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know why young people want to commit crimes and then post about it on social media. Why? I mean, these are things you need to ask yourself. Why do people commit crimes and then say, I want to post it on social media?
Yeah.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. 5 years deferred adjudication. There's to be no contact with Nathan Tyler Padilla or Kanetha. And I think that's Kaneta. It may be two T's. Buchanan. And Miss Galloway, if you'll make sure that Miss Abrams has a photo of Miss Kanetha Buchanan, so when they do field visit, they'll know who she is.
Yes.
$2,000 fine that will be probated. There's to be $2,300 restitution to Timothy Thompson, and no contact with Timothy Thompson. Field visits one time per month until further notice. If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Awesome.
Well, I mean, there are other things you can do. If you're tested today, are you going to be clean for everything?
Yes.
Why is there that long pause?
All right. I'm be honest. Probably not liquor.
I'm sorry, what?
Liquor.
All right, why are you drinking?
It was my brother's birthday yesterday.
Yeah, so it's your brother's birthday. So your thing is, I know I have a court case, but let me drink. All right. There's to be MRT course. 200 hours of community service restitution. Do you have any children? Please tell me no.
No.
Well, don't be dishonest. Do you have children?
I don't.
Okay, that's good. 200 hours community service restitution. Those will be waived if he completes some sort of trade school or higher level of education. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular random UAs, proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. No residing with minors or with Cash, Kash, the spider monkey. Is there any, oh, and I'm sorry, taking consideration 2025 CR 003313. Probation, is there anything else?
Okay.
And I'm so sorry, the theft course, in case I didn't say it. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better. Otherwise, you're gonna end up in prison or end up dead. You understand? Those are just facts. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who else is ready?
And we're ready on Dorian Gutierrez's bond motion, Judge.
All right. Michelle Gabbert, I'm sorry, Michael Gabbert.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2025 CR 006636, State versus Michael Lee Gabbert. Can I have parties announced?
Duffy Pitlock for the state of Texas, Your Honor.
Michael Collins, attorney for defendant, present and ready, Your Honor.
All right, are there any applications?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, you received all discovery?
I have, Your Honor.
Did you review it with your client?
I did, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Are you Michael Lee Gabbert? Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gabbert, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days, to 2 years in the state jail facility, and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses? Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe he is, Your Honor.
Mr. Gabbard, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
All right, and you understand you have a right to jury trial?
Yes.
A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Repeat.
A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Are you giving up those rights and entering into a plea? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 118 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration 2025 CC 001024, and there's to be $60 restitution to Bexar County Crime Lab for testing. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offers states exhibit 1 and all attachments at this time, Your Honor.
I've reviewed it with my client, Your Honor. We haven't checked.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
He's done a lot of time and he's accepting responsibilities for that. Sure.
All right, the court, as previously stated, is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 118 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. Give you credit for any time served, taking consideration 2025 CC 001024, and there should be $60 restitution to Bexar County Crime Lab for testing. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. If you don't get control of this drug habit, only two things are going to happen to you. Either you're going to end up at the Bexar County Jail, or either you're going to end up where somebody has to identify your body. You understand?
I agree.
All right, and have you had that looked at on your face?
Yes. It takes a specialist, so it popped one time in Bexar County, and they just said leave it alone. So I'm gonna take care of it as soon as I get out. It's been there for almost 10 years. I was in a car wreck.
All right, so you better have someone look at that, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Who is the other, with the bond issue?
Oh, yes, Judge.
Come forward. Is that Dorian Gutierrez? Right. Court is calling 2025 PF 00730 State versus Dorian Xavier Gutierrez. Can I have parties announced?
Opinion for the state of Texas.
Sergio Bar from Mr. Gutierrez, right?
All right, and are you Mr. Gutierrez? All right, defense has filed a motion to set bond. Have you had a chance to review this, State?
I have, Bishop.
All right, State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there an agreement or no?
There's agreement as to the amount, Your Honor, and we'll address anything else the court would like us to, but it's 40,000.
All right. What is his criminal history, please?
He has this charge pending, Your Honor, for assault, family choking. He also has possession of controlled substance. More than 1 gram, less than 4 grams pending. He has the new charge that he picked up for violation of protective order and criminal mischief.
All right, so we can go off the record. This is what I'm tell both parties. If he has an assault, family choking, breath, impeding breath circulation, and then he picks up a violation of protective order, is it alleged to be the same complainant?
Yeah.
I'm not inclined to set a bond in this case.
May I address it, Your Honor? I'm
yeah.
sorry, with all due respect, Your Honor, just
Yeah.
whenever the time is appropriate.
No. I understand. So this is what I'm going to tell parties. The court is not inclined to set a bond on this. We can set it for another hearing. State will either have their witness present or they won't have their witness present. And also what I can tell you, Mr. Gutierrez, legally, if you look at the new laws and the new, the new laws that have since been enacted and the new statutes, these cases are not one where I, as a judge, can just say, oh, well, I'll go along with everybody's agreement, especially if there is a violation of protective order that comes afterwards. So before I even feel comfortable with setting a bond for you, there's going to have to be witnesses. Again, if no witnesses are called, I will tell you legally, remanding without bond is not allowed. Well, it is allowed in a sense, and then not allowed in a certain sense. So once somebody's bond has been remanded, then witnesses need to be called in, because otherwise a bond will need to be set. So I'm going to give both parties a chance to bring witnesses if they so choose. I'm not allowed to go out and subpoena people. So if the state doesn't subpoena a witness, they don't subpoena a witness. If that witness doesn't come, that witness doesn't come. And then in that situation, I would feel more comfortable as far as strongly considering going along with your plea bargain agreement as far as your plea, as far as a setting of a bond. Because right now, with the state requesting 40,000, and there is a alleged, I don't take anything as true until I heard evidence, an alleged violation of a protective order against the same complainant, that's concerning for the court. So if y'all would speak with Ms. Ferguson
Yes, ma'am.
and get a setting, and we'll take it up.
Very well, Judge.
All
Will
right,
do.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Sergio, if you'll just get a setting date from Norma and we'll take it up, either witnesses will be here or they won't.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
All right, Cindy, do you need to take a restroom break? All right.
You were talking about Marlon.
Yes.
I love that show.
Oh, let me just tell you, I remember watching that scene and I think he was going to kill that guy because he was like, where is my money? He's like, it's in the Cayman Islands. He's like, well, I want to see my money. Like, they're like, it's in the Caymans, it's there. You know, everybody, what is his name? What was the guy that everybody liked? He had the scar.
Well, Omar on the show.
Yes, Omar. And he passed in real life.
I know.
That broke my heart. He had such a life story. You know, some people who were in the wire ended up picking up cases. And you know, I love Justified. That is a great series too. So on Justified, they said they were filming a scene and all of a sudden shots are fired. And Timothy, he said, and it wasn't from us. So you know, for me, The Wire is similar to what was the name of it? Cooley High. Oh my gosh, you've got to watch Cooley High. And let me just tell you, you're gonna cry. But that movie has one of the best soundtracks.
Oh, really?
Yes. Hi. Yes.
Thank you.
And it brought you back to sort of your childhood, although we never did this, where they decided they were going to have a house party. And one of the guys broke this girl's mom's china cabinet. She's like, no.
I love the man. I love Judge, stuff for you.
Oh, yes.
Go get him in the back.
Yes, it's for my I'm donating backpacks. Hi, thank you so much. That's me. All right.
Thought it was the chair, Judge.
No, not the chair. You know, I always get people who want, you know, they're like, hey, can you donate some backpacks? And in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's going to be so expensive. People think you're wealthy and you're not, right? And so then somebody said, oh, this is the time of year where you can get the backpacks in bulk. And actually, those are not supposed to be here till tomorrow. That's why I was asking you guys, do they do clear backpacks? Because I didn't want to get them the wrong backpacks. But I will tell you, I went to this gala. It was the Happy Kids Foundation.
Is that what you did Friday, Judge?
Yes. Okay. And you know, whenever I do that, because I'm in the twilight of my life. Oh my gosh, it was so hard to get up the next morning. And I had an event at 10 and I was like, oh, I'm dragging. But I really enjoyed going to that event. The children were so great. And they do a lot of work with at-risk youth and youth that can't afford certain things. So they'll take them camping, make sure they have something for Christmas. Just give us a moment. Cindy went to the restroom. Just give us a moment.
And that's just in case.
Okay, thank you. And the other person with the violation report.
That's not here, Judge.
Oh,
He's an employee, Judge.
hi.
Don't give him the.
No. So I've signed, where's the Norma? That's going to be a judge's warrant
Okay.
because he hasn't reported.
But I thought he came in today.
No, so Leal's told me he had reported and he said he had no objections to my sending in an email to pretrial services.
Oh,
Pretrial services say they've never seen him,
okay.
so. Yes. All right, so state, if you could have your witness retake the stand, please. Yes, thank you. All right, thank you.
Somebody from the office or do this, you don't have to like specify twice, this is it, you don't have to come back.
Okay.
All right, just want to like.
And Norma, the other cases, if you could make sure that I have those so I can put them in the system, please. The other cases that are remaining on the docket? No. All right, thank you. All right, let's bring them in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, and you're still under oath and defense, I believe is your witness?
Thank you, Judge Mayor Brooks.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 115. I know I had previously stated that I was marking it as Defendant's Exhibit 77, but just for purposes of the record and so everything's clean, it'll be marked as State's Exhibit 115. Now, you stated that you recognize this envelope, correct?
Correct.
Does it have that same CIL number that all of the other envelopes you previously opened contained?
Yes.
Okay. And now what's contained in this envelope specifically?
So contained in State's Exhibit 115, it contains one tape sealed gunshot residue collection kit said to have been collected from Tyler James Ashbaugh.
Okay. And so you don't collect that kit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's collected from the agency. Is that correct?
Yes.
From the individual, and then they send it to you. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then you analyze it.
that's correct.
Okay. And now does this state on this envelope, GSR taken from Tyler James Ashbaugh?
That does on the SAPD barcode label.
Okay. And then SP status, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. But the date that's on there says May 22nd of 2022, correct?
That is what it says on that label, yes.
Okay. Can you open this?
And state, you may move about the court.
Okay, so we see another envelope that's contained within this envelope. And does that also have any identifiers on this envelope?
It does.
Okay, does it have that same CIL number that the other envelope that you just opened?
That's correct.
Okay, does it also have the subject's name as Tyler James Ashbaugh?
Yes.
And then it has an officer's name and badge number, correct?
Yes.
With an SAPD case number.
Yes.
Okay, would that be the person that collected this gunshot residue kit?
Yes.
Okay, could you open, and this is marked as, does that say item 1-1?
That's correct.
Okay, item 1 of 1.
Yes.
Okay, could you open this as well? Okay, so what are these items that were within that envelope?
So within the envelope labeled item 1-1 are 2 sampling devices labeled with a pre-printed label that labeled right hand and left hand.
Okay, and do those right hand and left hand labels have the same identifiers as these envelopes?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd offer State's Exhibit 115 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
All right, and that's 115.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 115 is admitted.
Okay, so in this case, the gunshot residue kit collected from Tyler Ashbaugh contains gunshot. And so can you explain how these swabs are taken from the right hand and left hand, if you know?
I just have a general knowledge based on my training, but I did not collect these, so I don't know how the officer who collected them.
Okay, if you could just tell us based on your general knowledge.
Right. Again, as I explained earlier, the kit will have sampling devices very much like this one. And the aluminum disc with the double-sided carbon tape will be gently dabbed across the hands, areas of the hand that an officer wishes to collect potential GSR from. And then they will cap this sampling device, put it back into the envelope, seal it up, and then submit it to the laboratory for analysis.
Okay. And does the agency also submit any additional paperwork with that GSR kit?
Yes, they do.
Do they ask that subject a number of questions on that piece of paper?
Correct. There are submitting the evidence itself. There is a submission form associated with that created by the agency, but inside the gunshot residue collection kit, sometimes there are gunshot residue analysis information forms included in that. In this case, there were.
Okay, and on that information form, is one of the questions asked to Tyler Ashbaugh, are you right-handed or left-handed?
Yes.
And what is the answer?
On here, it documents there's a check mark by the box right-handed.
Okay. And now you stated that the results were that there was one particle containing lead, barium, and antimony detected on the right hand of Tyler Ashbaugh.
Correct.
And there was no particles detected on the left
That's correct.
hand.
All right, is this witness excused?
President Pence as well.
All right, don't forget to leave your microphone behind, and if you'll leave the exhibits with the court reporter, please. And the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. All right, thank you. That's fine. Yeah. All right, state, call your next witness.
Detective Chad Tudor.
Good afternoon. All right, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. If you'll put that microphone on, please, and make sure that you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Detective Chad Tudor. T is in Tango, U, D is in Delta, O-R.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Tudor, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the San Antonio Police Department. I'm currently assigned to the homicide murder detail.
And how long have you been employed with the San Antonio Police Department?
I've been employed for the last 14 years. I spent 10 years on patrol, patrolling the northeast side of San Antonio, Paramaribo, Austin Highway area. And I spent the last 4 years assigned to homicide.
Okay, and now during your time with I guess, can you just explain to the jury the training you underwent to become a law enforcement officer?
Yes, before coming over, I'm originally from Indiana. I have a degree in telecommunications from Ball State University. We moved, my wife and I moved to San Antonio in 2010. And I started the academy in September of 2010 and graduated in May of 2011. With the training academy, you're going, you have classes in penal code, learning laws of Texas, the criminal law, firearms training, tactics training, driving, all those things within a 9-month span. And then you graduate.
Okay, and then after being in the academy, did you go through the FTO process as well?
Yes, after you graduate from the academy, you get assigned. There's 3 phases. You do ride outs with a night shift, a middle shift, and typically a daylight shift. You're doing those for, I think it's a month now. I think it was a month at the time. And then you get through all those, and then you have evaluation phases. I think they're a week. Once you pass all those, and then it's going to call to call to call. And you're getting graded by a field training officer that's been on the streets, and they're grading you and making sure you can take care of yourself before they sign off on the paperwork, and you get through all that and you start working. You get assigned to a section in San Antonio, and you start being a police officer.
Okay, and so after you were on patrol, did you undergo the promotional process?
Yes, it's, you pick up material, there's a civil service exam, they give you a stack of paperwork, and you have 3 months to try to figure out what could be in the test. It's about a 100-question test, and yeah, I took that in, I don't remember the date, but I promoted to detective in May of 2021.
Okay, and so you said that as a detective, you've been with homicide the entire 4 years, is that correct?
Correct. The first year I was assigned to the aggravated assault detail. There we're working felony cases for aggravated assault, as well as misdemeanor assault cases, including assault bodily injury, harassment cases get assigned to the aggravated assault detail, terroristic threats. And then we have the murder detail that oversees, obviously, homicides, and also involves shootings.
And so currently, are you a murder detective?
Correct.
Okay, but previously back in 2022, you were with the aggravated assault section, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you a certified peace officer with the state of Texas?
Yes.
Okay, and so can you just explain to the jury what your duties were during your time as a detective with the aggravated assault unit?
Yeah, it's kind of like what I just described. You have a big caseload. You have aggravated assault is basically, somebody either got shot or stabbed and they survived. It's not a homicide, so you work those felony cases, and then you have the bar fights, assault bodily injury where someone's has some bodily injury. So you have a big caseload.
So you're working those cases, and I was there for a year before I went over to the murder detail. And within that year, before this case, I was able to investigate an officer involved shooting. And then I worked this one before transferring over to the murder side.
Okay, and then with aggravated assault specifically, that includes threats with firearms, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so, I want to turn your attention back to May 22nd of 2022. Do you recall the case number associated with the case that you were investigating on that day?
just SAPD 22. That's the first two digits are the year. But then there's a string of numbers that I can't recall.
Okay, did you generate a supplement report at the time?
Yes,
Okay, would it help you refresh your memory if you had a copy of that to review?
yes, ma'am.
Can you take a look at that for me?
Yes,
Okay, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction and copy of your report?
it does.
Okay, so you can refresh your memory from it, just please don't read from it. But can you please let the jury know the SAPD case number assigned to this investigation?
Yes, it's SAPD 22108229.
Do you recall how you were notified about this case?
Yes, with this particular case, I had just gotten to the substation, headquarters downtown, and it was before roll call. My sergeant pulled me to the side and said, "Hey, there's this active investigation ongoing. It started 2 this morning, officer involved shooting. You're assigned this case," and pretty much stopped what I was doing with all my other cases and began working this active case.
Okay, and when you say roll call, is that a meeting that's at the beginning of the shift or?
Yes, it's just who's here, who's not here, and that's kind of the beginning of the shift.
Okay, and so once you were notified about the case, what was your next step in your investigation?
So I had no information other than it was an officer involved shooting. So I looked at an officer involved shooting with no apparent hits, meaning I was told that officers were sitting in their patrol car, they were shot at, officer returned fire. It's unknown if anyone was hit. So I started looking at all the reports, just reading them, getting familiar with all of the information that comes with this case. So again, began reading all these reports, and I made a determination that I needed to speak with the defendant's father.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you said you were notified of the case during roll call, but the event had occurred prior, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so because of that, did you make either scene at the church on O'Connor Road or the second swing, which was the Buckmore residence?
no. So like with murder cases, I can be at work and get a murder case, or I can be sound asleep and get a phone call. With this particular case, I was notified again at roll call. We have a night investigations. It's called Night CID, Night Criminal Investigations Division. They made the scene. They started taking all the statements. And then it was basically turned over to homicide. And then that's how I got assigned.
And so, obviously, you're aware that CSI, the crime scene investigation, made the scene, secured them, and collected all the evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then, Night CID take the preliminary statements, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you had an opportunity to be briefed and review all that information?
Yes.
Okay, and then so based on your review of that information, you decided to make contact with the defendant's father, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and, after speaking, was that Joseph Gonzalez?
That name, yes, Joseph Gonzalez.
Okay, and so you had an opportunity to speak with him?
Yes,
Okay.
and that was at approximately 10:47 on the morning of this incident.
Okay, and so through that you're speaking with him, were you able to obtain like a name and identifying information of a person of interest to you?
Yes, so information that I obtained was that the defendant had a girlfriend or a wife, and they lived together. And I inquired about how best to get a hold of anybody really, and the information I was able to get was a female. Her name is Tatiana. She's the defendant's girlfriend. I was able to get her father's phone number, and his name was Daniel Martinez Escobar.
Okay. And then during this time, did you also enlist the help of a different division with SAPD to start attempting to locate the defendant?
Yes, we have a plainclothes detective. They are assigned like a covert unit. They assist us with our murder investigations, looking for witnesses, wanted persons, and pretty much anything we need where, we're not driving around in marked vehicles and badges showing. They do it in like a covert manner, and will do surveillance as well for us.
Okay. And then, so then, did you obtain any search warrants, on the 22nd after, doing some preliminary investigation?
Yes, about an hour after I was briefed on this, I obtained a search warrant for a Nissan Rogue that the night detectives took from a home known to the defendant.
Okay. And just so we're clear, when we're saying the defendant, what is the name that we're referring to of the person?
Tyler Ashbaugh.
Okay. And then also, did you obtain anything relating to the radio transmissions from that day?
I received, put in a request for any 911 audio and police traffic, back and forth with police radio traffic, and trying to think of anything else.
So, sorry to interrupt you, but just the radio traffic is basically officers communicating with dispatches and each other, is what they're saying.
Yes.
And then also, were there any lay witnesses that were identified that you made contact with? And when I say lay witness, I mean
There was,
not observing the
there was
but
people.
in the area.
Yeah, there was several people that assisted with video evidence in this case.
Okay, okay. So, did you conduct any video canvas on Buckmore Street?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't find any pertinent videos during that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, and then, regarding, did you ever make contact with somebody named Xavier Salazar?
Yes, Xavier lives at 4818 Viewcrest. His information was given to me by patrol officers, and that he essentially had video that he believed was pertinent.
Okay. And now while you're conducting your investigation out in the field on Buckmore Street, do you receive communication from anyone at headquarters?
Yes, while I was on Buckmore, I believe it was might have been Detective Scott. It was a detective within the homicide unit. They notified me that the covert detectives had located Tyler Ashbaugh, Tatiana, and an associate of Tyler's, a male named Harold Clements.
Okay. And were they located at the apartment on Judson Road?
Yes.
Okay. And then, regarding Xavier Salazar, did he provide you video evidence to aid in your investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now, at this point, what was your next step after you are aware that Tyler Ashbaugh is in police custody and that Tatiana and Harold are in the vicinity of the defendant? What was the next step in the investigation?
Yeah. I essentially asked for them to all be taken to headquarters. And then I asked for assistance within our unit for a search warrant for the apartment that Tyler Ashbaugh came out of.
Okay. And, to your knowledge, was that search warrant executed?
Yes.
So did you arrive at headquarters at some point on that day? To conduct your interview?
Yes, after I left Buckmore, I proceeded to respond back to headquarters.
Okay, and did you conduct interviews with any of the previously listed individuals?
A partner, Detective Roman Martinez, interviewed Harold Clements, and Detective Asia Jackson interviewed Tatiana, and then I interviewed Tyler.
Okay. When you conducted your interview, was it in a room that has devices that are capable of recording?
Yes, within the homicide unit, we have five or six like soundproof rooms. And they have a recording system, a digital recording system.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 118. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is, please?
this is interview with Tyler Ashbaugh with my initials and badge number.
Okay, and you've previously reviewed it?
Yes,
And is that when you placed your identifying marks on it?
yes,
And when you reviewed it, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the interview as it occurred on the offense date?
yes.
And except to comply with legal rules, has it been altered in any way?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I saw that it said
yeah, just like yeah, so to comply with legal rules, except to comply with legal rules,
Yeah.
right? Has it been altered in any way other than that? Okay, thank you. At this time, the state offers 118 as evidence and
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Judge? right. And his apartment was, well, the apartment pursuant to this part is not exactly relevant. But then Tyler was taken into custody and immediately interviewed. So there's not sufficient time to attenuate the taint of that illegality, so that's why I objected.
All right, and state, is your response the same as during the motion to suppress?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that will be overruled. And once the jury comes in, state, you will offer 118. And you all have agreed to whatever redaction should be done, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that correct?
Yes, Judge, and if you'll just give me the running objection on that, I'll just say same objection.
Yes. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Do I have states 117?
Let me see, just one moment. We had 116,
Okay.
and let me see if there's. No, there is not.
Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Wait,
Oh.
1 second. Just because.
Go back, is it not a further shooting? What about the she?
And so, I will say, I'm not gonna be able to see the timing on that to know. It's just too small.
Oh, okay.
So, but I don't know if you wanna say,
I'm gonna try to, I'm gonna. Yeah,
like, I just can't see that second.
no, that's fine.
Well, do y'all want to do it from where it is on the top portion?
It goes away.
Yeah.
Ah,
That's when she gets it.
okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so everyone else is able to see the numbers?
I can't, but Megan and I have basically said that somebody's gonna say like negative approach.
Oh,
Well, I said, I just can't see it.
I'll just follow along with you.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, state, you may proceed.
This time the state offers states 118 and defendant.
All right, in defense, your previous objections are noted for the record. 118 will be admitted.
Permission to publish your.
Granted.
And Detective Tudor, before you conducted an interview with the defendant, did you read him his Miranda warning?
Yes,
And did he indicate to you that he understood this meaning?
yes, I read them at the 13:58 hours and he acknowledged he understood his rights.
And did he choose to speak with you at that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking a tour. You doing all right?
Okay, yeah.
They said that you might have to go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, let's get this done first.
I'm wondering, there's two sides to every story, so I'm trying to figure out, I was asleep, at 2 a.m. when all this apparently happened, right? So I'm trying to figure out what happened. Before I talk to you, though, I have to read your rights, okay? Before you're asking any questions, then my duty as a police officer to advise you of your rights and to warn you of the consequences of waiving these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to make any statement, oral or written, to anyone. Any statement that you make will be used in evidence against you in a court of law or at your trial. You have a right to have a lawyer present to advise you before and during any questions by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you're unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or any other time. If you decide to talk with anyone, you can, and you can stop talking to them anytime you want. The above rights are continuing rights, which can vary by you at any stage of the proceedings. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, sir.
Before, are you willing to talk to me?
Yeah,
Can I get some info from you first time?
Of course.
Is it, TY?
Yeah, TYLER.
What's your last name?
Ashbaugh, ASHBAUGH.
And your date of birth?
1/19/2000. Still wet behind the ears.
What, how old are you?
22, yeah.
22. What's a good phone number for you, Tyler?
I have a phone number, but it's only able to be texted from.
Okay, what's the phone
I
number?
texted Johnny this morning whenever I got all the text messages from him.
Who's that?
Johnny Perez.
What phone number is it that you?
210-865-2052.
865-2052?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where do you currently stay, Tyler?
I'm about to say Oak Valley, but my address on my license is different.
Okay, the Oak Valley?
Oak Valley
That's-
Apartment,
okay.
12607 Judson Road.
The apartment number?
1101, I believe.
And then, the code room.
Do
Do you ever stay with, over there on Buckmore?
No,
Okay, who stays on Buckmore?
my parents.
Okay, so is it Joe?
Yes.
Joe Gonzalez? Okay. Tyler, man, if you don't mind, just walk me through, did you work last night?
Yes, sir.
Which one do you work at?
I work at the one across the street from Paramount.
Paramount Patrol?
Yeah.
I used to work,
Don't bad, man.
I used to work nights over there, and do the shit that goes on.
So you already know.
Like, when there was a guy and a girl, but there was like a domestic inside there.
People shooting more like.
He fucking got her, put a knife through her throat.
What?
Like in the gas station.
God damn. Yeah, I'm trying to transfer.
But yeah, so and then like the whole Parent Central, I used to get like the gnarly like the DWI crashes over there. Like crazy ones, that road, because everyone parks on the road. So how long do you work there?
I'd say like maybe a little over 3-4 months. But before that, I was working at the Murphy Express up the street.
Okay. Okay, on Parent?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you got to work last night?
Yeah, I was at work. I had my dad's car, and we were texting, we were arguing. He kept calling me by my birth mother's name, and she's homeless and a drug addict. So
Okay.
I was upset, and so 10 o'clock rolled through. It's ready
And then
to
if
go
I
on.
cut you off, it's just me trying to like paint a picture. So what time do you get to work?
I get to work at
2 p.m.
Yeah.
And then you guys work 8 to 10?
2 to 10. Yeah.
Okay, 8. So then how did you get there?
My dad's vehicle. We were arguing about the car. He wanted the car back.
And which car are we talking about?
His Rose.
Okay, the white Nissan?
His white Rogue, yeah.
So you get there, everything's good at work?
Yeah.
You're out at 10-ish?
Yeah, but my coworker, she doesn't have a car. Her name's Maria,
Okay.
and it's starting to storm just at 10.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give you a ride, no problem, and take her down to the apartments down there. There's like a fuck ton of apartments over there.
Over which ones on the north side?
No, on Parent Central.
Oh, yeah,
It's right down the street.
Yeah, it's that white.
Yeah, it's right down the street. Yeah.
So you took her home?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where did you go?
From there, I went to the Circle K on O'Connor.
Okay.
and I was sitting there crying for a little bit.
So you kind of, Joe, did you call him Joe or is it?
Oh, my dad, that's my dad.
Okay,
He raised me. Yeah.
okay, so you guys, I mean, he was wanting a car, or what was the?
Yeah,
argument?
he wanted the car, and my car, like, my window doesn't even roll up, and it was about to rain, so I was like upset, cause I was like, man, you just want me to get it rained on.
What car do you have?
I own the Brady son, the
Okay.
Sentra, the piece of fucking shit.
So it's all fucked up disabled or?
Oh man, like it cannot go like 5 miles,
Okay,
over 5 miles an hour. The transmission is so bad.
okay.
There's a CVT in it.
So Joe, he's been letting you know, hey,
Yeah.
work, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And so he started blowing up last night, like, hey, I need the car.
Mhm.
Does he work? Like, what's his, like, why is he?
He's an architect. He works from home.
How old is he?
He's 70 years old.
He's still working? God bless. So he's blowing up and then where is he like texting? Like, what's he saying? Just come
Oh
home?
man, he's saying a whole bunch of stuff. They don't really get to see my daughter, so he was just saying a bunch of stuff about that.
Yeah.
And,
And where were you when you were kind of communicating and?
I was at the Circle K on O'Connor, right next to the Motel 6.
Okay, and then you know what time that was when you were just
I was like, yeah, I mean, I wasn't really checking the time or anything.
Yeah, but it was maybe, you know, after work,
Yeah.
like you dropped the coworker off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And then I went to go to my best friend Harold's,
okay.
and
Where's Harold stay?
the Motel 6.
Okay, at O'Connor?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what time did you get over there? Do you remember?
It was probably like 11 or so.
Okay, and then what?
And then we were chilling there for a little bit, and I told him I had to go take the car back, and we wanted to go to the bar.
Joe was still blowing up?
Yeah, he wasn't blowing me up. No, he wasn't blowing me up at this point. So around at that point, I had him follow me, and I dropped the car off.
What?
And he picked me up, and we went to the bar.
Which bar did y'all go to?
Went to Two Rivers.
That sounds familiar. Which one was that?
And they had the Two Rivers.
Is it north?
Okay, let me think. So you know O'Connor and Nacogdoches?
Mm-hmm.
So if you take a right on O'Connor, it's kind of like a little back in the area bar. There's a gas station on the left,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
gas station right there, that bar.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, so what time did you said you dropped the car off
Yeah.
at Buckmore?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then what's Harold Drive?
Harold drives a Mitsubishi Outlander.
Okay, so you guys, he takes you, you guys get in his car and you go to Two Rivers.
Yeah.
Do you know how long you were there?
No clue, man. That's why
You're drinking pretty hard?
Yeah, I was drinking pretty hard.
Did you have, were you drinking at all in, like your car, his car?
No.
Okay, what do you think, what do you remember drinking?
No, Rumbleman.
You know how many?
I think I had like 3.
Okay.
I think I had one double shot before last call.
And I'm not here to judge you at all, bro. I'm not. Are you using narcotics at all?
Smoke weed? No.
Okay, nothing.
Yeah, no.
I know, but so
I've been there, done that, brother.
gotcha. So when you guys leave Two Rivers, did you leave with him? Like,
Yeah, I left with him and we went back to his place and crashed, and I woke up at like 7. I knew my baby mama was gonna be going crazy, so I said, hey, Harold, take me back home.
Okay.
He drove me back home and I went to sleep, and then, man, I woke up and the news, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I was just freaking out. I called my dad, I was like, what's going on? He gave me your number, he gave me another number, and I was texting people trying to figure it out. I had Harold come over and he came out, and that's when they got me.
Okay. So you guys, do you remember what time you left the bar?
I know we were there till last call.
Oh, what's that? Like
2 o'clock, yeah.
Okay. And then Harold drives the Outlander
Yeah,
back to O'Connor and,
the Motel 6.
okay. Does anyone else besides you and Joe drive the road?
No,
Okay.
not that I know of.
Okay. Do you understand why you're down here?
Yeah,
What do you know? Why do you think you're down here?
All I know is I woke up this morning and my wife, my baby's mother, whatever, was
She freaking out?
yeah, she was freaking the fuck out, and I was like, "What's going on?" She was showing me the news
And then
about someone being in a parked car, and then the cops rolling up on them, and them shooting at the cops and
okay,
running away. And I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
And people
yeah.
trying to get a hold of me, and
okay. What about,
that's what.
when like the whole time she's like feeding you all this, Joe's calling too and blowing up your phone, like, why?
People are asking me if I'm hurt, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, no, I'm not hurt. Like,
Okay, so why do you think you're down here?
to be questioned.
Yeah, why? Why do you think like we're questioning you?
Well, because I drove the road, of course.
Is there any reason why the car would be, was there any road rage incident at all yesterday? Did you get,
No.
the time that you were driving the car, did you
No,
get
sir.
to any altercation with anyone?
No, sir.
So my question is, why would it be parked with damage and it looks like bullet defects in the car?
I was not shot at. I don't know what happened to the vehicle. I woke up to fucking chaos, man.
Right,
I woke up and I was being ARs in my face and being held to the ground, and
That was then when you came out there.
yeah, I just
Did Harold call you and say, or did you say, hey, come pick me up over at Tatiana's?
no, I didn't say pick me up. I said come over here. What the fuck is going on?
Okay. What's he saying?
He was as confused as I am.
Okay. Was he texting you or is he communicating through your phone?
Yeah, we were texting.
Okay. Is it possible? Would you be able to show me anything on your phone to corroborate what you're saying?
About like,
I'm just like the exchanges with, Harold, Tatiana. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, I could.
Okay. But my main concern is if the car was good, and we're not talking about the.
We dropped it off and it was good. Me and Harold, he followed me. We dropped it off and it was good, man. Like,
Okay.
I don't know, like.
Look, Tyler, I don't think, you seem like a chill dude.
Dude, I can't hurt a fucking fly.
You seem like a chill dude. But I know that sometimes I don't get all the information and.
I'm
And I know that there's definitely some questions with, if you had a good time last night and you're intoxicated.
Yeah.
What level do you think you're on last night when you were drunk? Is it,
level? I mean, I was pretty fucked up, but I wouldn't say like sloshed or anything like that.
okay. Well, why would the car be parked in the driveway with all this damage? And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know, sir.
Because it's not gonna get stolen, right? And
No.
someone's not gonna go, well, I had enough fun with this car.
Yeah, I know.
That's really not practical. That doesn't make sense. And your 7-year-old dad is not gonna be out running around at, what time's he go to bed? 7
Yeah.
early shit. So he's not gonna be out driving around. So I'm just trying to figure out why, you had the car and all of a sudden there's damage and all this, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's something I'm missing and.
I mean, if you want to talk to Harold, I would love for you to talk to him because he followed me there. Like,
He's down here, right?
I didn't know.
He's down here because we wanted to talk to him like this. We want to get the whole story. But he's saying other stuff too, that he thinks you might have been involved in some type of road rage thing, or someone might have shot at you, that you made a comment about that.
No.
Why would he make that up?
I don't know, sir.
I'm just trying to understand, you know what I mean?
Me too, brother. Like,
You didn't realize where you're at?
yeah.
Where are you?
I'm downtown, right? I can't really see that well.
Are you still drunk?
No.
No, okay. This is the SAPD homicide office, okay? We're trying to figure out what happened last night. And I feel like you probably know a little more than what you're saying.
No, sir. I promise you. I'm trying to give you everything so I could.
Can
go, you know what I mean?
Would, on your phone, can you show me some of the text message, or would you be willing to show me your communications with Harold?
With Harold?
Okay. Okay, give me a minute, okay? You need bathroom break, water break?
You know, they told me I couldn't shit, so.
Okay. You still all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Just give me a few more, all right?
Are you good?
Yeah.
See. What it is. Is this from yours?
Yes.
What's your pass?
There's.
No, so, can you just kind of, we'll go through it together, okay? So, I'm not,
Yeah, there's
which one is Harold?
right there, so.
Okay.
Let me show you. Okay,
So
so.
this is, wait, hold on.
No, this is where I got it to work. Yeah, this is where I got it to work. Let me show you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is when I was by the Circle K, asking me if I needed a ride because of the car.
Right.
I wasn't out yet, giving my coworker a ride. And then at 10:48, so close to 11 is when I was by.
So is he saying stop by?
Yeah, he said
Stop
stop by.
by, what you mean? I will come by, I'm ready to go give my dad his car back, get fucked up. Here we go. Just like you said. Right?
Yes,
It's Friday
sir.
11, you should probably just go on home, Tyler. That's him saying.
Yeah.
Harold. With me, I'm going to jail. Why would you be saying Harold, I'm going to jail?
I mean, I just read the news.
But this is. You should probably go home. Why is he telling you to go home?
I mean, it was already because of my baby mama, honestly.
So, again, remember like I said, Harold's down here, right? He never said you guys went to the bar. Like, why would he like keep that?
I don't know, but we did.
Okay, why would he say you didn't? Like, why is he?
You don't look at the cameras, brother. Like, there's no, like, we were in that bar together. Like, I'm not, like,
How
there's
did
nothing.
you pay for like stuff at the bar? Like, how did you pay?
He ran a tab.
He ran that?
He ran a tab.
Okay, and then this is just more conflicting info. So you know Tatiana's down here, right?
I didn't know that.
Tatiana's down here. She gets alerts saying, "Oh, you bought alcohol. Did you buy alcohol at the Circle K?
No, not at the Circle K.
At a gas station?"
It was, I went to go on break and the liquor store would be closed by the time I got out. So I got something for afterwards.
So she's getting alerts that you're buying alcohol, getting fucked up and everything, but you're telling me, he's telling me that you guys weren't at the bar? Why would he?
I wouldn't lie to you, man.
Like, what do people do though?
I know, but there's no reason for me.
But there is a reason, and what I'm really trying to figure it out is, I think you definitely had a good time last night, you and probably Harold. But he's not even saying you went back to his apartment, the motel.
We slept until 7, but there's friends there too, bro.
What's your guys' relation?
That's my best friend.
Okay, nothing more, no.
It's my best friend.
Dating, no, nothing.
No.
Gotcha. It's just, none of it's making, everyone's saying something different.
I mean, everything that I'm telling you, you can go to these places.
Why are you thinking that you're going to jail?
Huh?
Like,
I woke up and I was so drunk.
okay,
And Tatiana was freaking me the fuck out.
are you texting with Tatiana at all?
No, not
Is-
there.
Can you show me?
It's not on there.
Which one's her phone? What phone does she use? Okay, so let's start like, let's see, who's this?
Well, that's the detective. See, really? Like,
Oh, okay. Who's this?
who?
you own a firearm? Do you own a firearm? What do you typically carry?
No, Canic,
A what?
Canic, and Johnny. Never heard of it?
Mm-mm.
The new black killers, man.
It's like an Austrian?
Turkish.
Turkish.
Yes, sir.
What caliber?
The nine.
Okay, what other guns do you carry?
That's it.
How long have you had that gun?
I just got it.
When?
Shit, I wouldn't even say a week ago. Like, not even a week ago. I haven't even shot it yet.
And you said the 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never shot it? Why would there be spent casings in the Nissan Rogue?
I have no clue, sir.
Dude, listen, I'm trying to give you an opportunity to explain what went down.
I told you everything that I
Everything you're
did.
telling me, none of it's making sense.
Okay.
I do believe,
You can go check it out.
I do believe some of the things you're telling me,
You
but
can
you're
go
not
check it out
being
first.
completely honest.
Look, let me tell you something about honesty.
Oh.
Can't get caught for it. So that's why I am honest. I'm telling you everything that happened last night.
But
From
why is Harold saying something completely different?
I don't know. You can go look. You can go look at the cameras at the bar, man. We were there.
So there's bullet casing and rounds in the car, spent casing, you never fired your 9mm.
Not yet, no sir.
Okay, you know that we can test fire that gun? Where is that gun?
Huh? It should be in my apartment.
Okay, we have that gun, right? We test fire that gun. There's casings at the scene, there's casings in the car.
Ballistics. I don't care. I know what ballistics are, man.
What do you think it's gonna show?
Huh? It's gonna show what I've been telling you.
That gun isn't the one that was
Yes,
used
sir.
in any shooting last night
Yes,
at
sir.
all. Brother, I need some more.
I've given you everything, man. Like,
How old's your little one?
she's 3 years old.
Is that your only one? You need to start thinking, seriously, I'm serious. This is coming as a parent, right? Look at me. This is coming as a parent. Is she a daughter?
Yeah, she's my daughter.
Okay.
I'm telling you everything.
Listen, you really, really, really need to start thinking about
From beginning
her.
to end, I gave you all of it.
No, you haven't.
Okay.
Only you can fix this, okay?
Look, I'm the only working man in that house. I'm the only
Okay. Tatiana doesn't work?
Nope.
Okay.
All I do is wake up every day, go to work, and go to bed. I wake up to do the same thing, man.
It's like Groundhog Day.
Same thing, yeah. Same thing. Yeah, you said that movie, yeah.
Yes, I fucking know.
And it sucks. It sucks, man.
It
And look,
does.
you think I'm giving you everything as much as you think I'm giving you nothing? I promise you.
Does she
telling you
get
everything,
pissed
bro.
off when you are going out drinking? Does she give you a hard fucking time because you can't?
Yeah, she gives me a hard fucking time.
She doesn't like you
More than
going
a hard
out.
fucking
She doesn't
time.
like you going
More than a
out.
hard time,
She doesn't
man.
like you going out.
If she threatens to take my kid away from me, like,
She's not working, right?
no.
How do you guys pay for that service?
Me.
Besides your, just you? Is there any other, does he help?
No, he wants to take his car back, man. Never been in this situation. Didn't even fucking do anything. Just dropped it off.
And that's the thing,
Just
you don't
dropped it
know.
off. I didn't fucking do anything.
What I said earlier was, I don't think you're a bad dude. You are working. You have an apartment. You have a 3-year-old. You're trying to do the right thing, dude. Right?
I always try to do the right thing.
Dude, like, yes.
I always try to do
And I
the
don't
right
think you're
thing.
this like cold-blooded dude that's out to like hurt people. I think you had too much to drink last night and shit got sideways for whatever reason. I mean, shit happens. I mean, I don't know, like, only you can explain it, but you.
I told you I was sad. I was having a shit day.
Right.
Shit fucking day. All day. I just put it all inside. I don't take anything out on anyone, man.
She won't
That's
listen. She won't listen. She doesn't listen to what, I mean, you're, like you said, you're the only one working. And then she gives you shit if you wanna blow off steam.
It's more than that, brother. Look at my body, man. Like, she hit me with a fucking golf club before. Like, you don't understand, dude. My daughters are on that kind of shit.
You know? But again, I don't think you fucking had on her intent to just go out and hurt anyone last night.
Just went out and got fucked up, man.
I believe it.
I'm telling you everything I remember.
But more happened.
Brother, I'm telling you everything I remember. I promise you.
We've
There's
got
no reason for me to bullshit you.
Harold's text messages to Tatiana. Hey, he's saying, you know, he got shot at.
I was one that
I will say that. This is your chance, man, to tell me why would he say that?
brother.
He
I don't know.
knows. You told him.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck
You need to
happened.
tell me more.
Brother, I told you everything,
No,
man.
you haven't. That's the thing. You haven't, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you just stand out in the hallway, just give us 5 minutes, okay? Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Hey, brother, then what? I don't care. for your car to be at home with rounds in it, spent casings, you're saying you never shot your gun. Harold's saying, hey, he said he got shot at on O'Connor. What? Like, none of this is making any sense.
I have heard a shooting.
You heard a
I
shooting.
heard a shooting. I did not get
Is
shot
it
at.
possible one of the rounds hit your car?
Not that I know. No, I was fucked. I just drove to my house and parked it.
Okay,
and
where
picked
did
me
you
up.
hear a shooting? You haven't told me this. This is what I'm saying. Where did you hear a shooting?
I have heard a shooting by my parents' house, but
Where is that?
Huh? By Buckmore. I was on the way there, but nothing hit my car. I was fine.
You heard a shooting?
I
How many
heard a
shots did you hear?
shooting. I heard one shot.
That's it? That's what
I
you're gonna
just
tell
heard
me?
one shot.
Why is there a spent casing in your car?
I don't know.
If this is your best that I don't know, and we're gonna send this over to a jury, your peers, you think they're gonna buy this?
Look, man.
If you got fucked up and shit got sideways, you have to explain it. You need to
Nothing
explain
got
it.
sideways, man. Nothing got fucking sideways.
Did you shoot a gun last night?
No, I did not shoot a fucking.
Did you have your gun last night?
Yes. I had my gun.
You had your gun.
Yes, sir. I keep it on me at work. You know where I work at. Fuck, I have to have it there.
Did anyone shoot at you?
That I know of, no.
And I'm trying to figure out. Officers apparently shot at somebody. Thankfully, no one that would believe is not hurt. But I need to know, like, why are officers shooting at somebody? You know what I mean? Like, are you guys like?
I woke up to that fucking chaos this morning just like you did, man.
Okay,
I
did these
woke up
guys
this
like?
morning trying to go to work.
I'm just trying to figure out, are these guys doing something they should have been doing? Like, that's what I need to know. Okay?
I don't know. Figure it out, man.
That's what I am.
Figure it out.
Because I have fucking video, right? With your car. Where did this happen?
Okay. Okay, I'm not,
I'm starting to figure it out, but I need you to cooperate.
brother.
Why would your car be shown on at a parking lot where all this is going down?
I don't know.
I don't know. I need to
No,
know.
man, I've given you everything. Look, I don't know what more you want
These
me
guys,
to tell you, bro.
is it possible? Is it possible that hypothetically the officers see you driving around the parking lot and they got startled and shot and maybe you didn't know they were police?
I don't know.
You're the only one that knows.
Yes, yeah, I know that. I heard a shooting. I fucking went to my house. Like, I've given you everything.
You heard the shooting and then you went to your house.
No, I heard the shooting on the way to my house. Harold was following me, I thought. And he picked me up from my parents' house, where you said you found all this shit in my car and everything that fucking happened. He picked me up from there. Everything happened calmly. No fucking nothing like that. Calmly. Just get into the car and leave. We left.
Where did you end up?
I told you we went back to his place
Why did
eventually.
he say you weren't there?
I don't know. I'd like to talk to him. I don't know why he's saying that. Because man to man, I have no reason to lie.
Hang on a second.
What time is it, brother?
2:30.
Follow.
Hang on.
Wait.
Would you be able to show me the touchdown of low, both your phone and all last night?
Yeah,
I need to find out something about what she's saying. Can you show me?
That's fine. I've deleted the messages out there from her. Yeah.
Is there, what's her phone number? There. This one? The 854-6005, is that her?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's go back to, because none of hers are deleting. It doesn't look like it. She's like, dude, there's a lot going on in here.
I know, man.
What am I about to find with you and Tatiana?
Huh?
What are we gonna see in here? Is that her? So that's first name, Tyler. Okay, why is she's pissed, right? She's
Yeah,
trying to
dude.
find you. So you text her at 1:34, shootout tonight, please fuck. I mean, is that what you're talking
Yeah, I
about?
heard it, yeah.
And she says, so come home, damn it, what the fuck is the matter with you? You're like, I fucking am.
I texted that whenever I finally, again.
She's like fucking terrifying. She's either terrified or like you said, is she like over controlling?
Man, like, she's like depressed all the time. We're gonna drink and fucking doing about it. And I need help, man. I tell her, I said, shit, you have insurance. I don't even have insurance. I'll take you to any of your appointments. She is. And tell me about it. She wants to kill herself while I'm at work. And I'm like, fuck, what can I do? I'm here at fucking work. You have my kid.
There's something missing here. Because, and I'm just trying to figure out if you're deleting these, because all of a sudden she just says, I don't wanna have sex. Like, she's arguing with you, and she says, I don't wanna have sex.
Dude, what's up, man? She's literally like, yeah, getting neurotic. You can scroll all the way back up if you want to. I should fucking do this. Right with her. Let me know, man. Just go ahead.
But I feel like some of these there's something missing on my phone. It's like she just starts
You
talking.
can look at her phone. You can look at her phone if you want to. I didn't delete any of them. I thought I deleted it, but there, you can take them side by side if you want to.
Is there anything,
I don't have any, I don't have any like Facebook Messenger or anything like that either, man.
okay,
Everything.
we're gonna go back to iPhone, we just gotta go, why is Harold saying that you told him that someone was shooting at you? And then you're sitting there saying shooting, whatever you're texting Tatiana.
I heard it on the way. I know.
Where did you hear this?
Huh?
Where did you hear it?
I just left the bar, so I was still on O'Connor.
So it was on O'Connor?
Yeah,
Okay,
and when I heard it, yeah.
okay. Do you know the intersection?
No, I just know that
What do you
after
remember
that,
seeing around you?
tried to get to my parents' house fast. And then O'Connor and Nacogdoches, took a left on Nacogdoches, and all the way down, took a right on Higgins.
When you started hearing it, what do you remember, like, what was around you?
Just that, I went, took a left on Nacogdoches when I was hearing it.
From O'Connor,
Yeah.
and make a left on Macco.
Naco, and went down to Higgins, took a right to my parents' in their car, and Gerald picked me up. Calm, wasn't doing anything. Like I left the car and it was fine, man. Like I left that car and it was fine. My dad's gonna fucking kill me. What? Like my dad cares
On
about that car.
on
He
the-
cares about me.
On the ballistics, what do you think is it gonna show? When we compare casings at the scene, casings in the car to the firearm that you are describing.
I mean,
It's not gonna show that, but if you casings were fired from
I've
it.
told you to do the ballistics.
Alright. Is there anything else that you can tell me?
No, sir, brother.
Okay, just hang on. So you mentioned that after the bar, you guys are driving, you heard the shooting, you were on O'Connor, made a left on Naco, but prior to making that left is when, in that area, you
Yeah.
heard some type of gunfire.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Tatiana, I guess this morning, says that she read the news article to you about this and you started freaking out, she's freaking out. And she mentioned the location. Tyler said it couldn't have been him because you weren't there. But you're over there on Naco and O'Connor, right? You're saying you're on
Yeah.
O'Connor, now you hear a gunshot?
Yeah.
Okay, why, like, that's kind of weird, right? Right, okay, your phone, there's a way to, it's like GPS, right? What is GPS gonna show at 2 AM?
The GPS will show you.
It's gonna show me what?
It'll show you everything that I've been saying, man.
What's it gonna show me at
When I was at
2 AM, in between 2 AM and 3? Where is it gonna show you?
it's gonna probably either show me at Harold's place or
And Harold's staying at where?
the Motel 6.
At
O'Connor 35.
O'Connor and 35.
So you know, like, okay, so you know how O'Connor like goes down and then winds.
The old Mikasa? The motel, like the gyms.
There used to be a red roof there.
Right, yeah, I didn't even know they switched it.
Yeah, man, it's Motel 6 now.
So it's gonna show you there.
Yeah.
Alright, would you be willing to take a polygraph?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Alright, and
Maybe I'll will let me shit now.
involved in a crash? We're gonna get you, remember that one, but, Joe, he said something about, did you text him that you were involved in a crash? No. Well, why would he say that? I don't know. He fucking Christ. He said that you were in a car crash? In my car. In my car. In the road? No, in my car. In the Sentra. Which phone is his on here? Huh? Like if, what's, let me check. Hold on. Can I take my box back, please? Hold on. What is? It's in red all this time. It's just the age. 210-218-7522. Or, no, here, so let me just see, he said something that you said something like, hey, I got a car crash. Yeah, pulling you out all the fucking. You let me take my boss back. Should I tell her that? Should I be planning on going to work today, sir, or what's? Yeah, it says like 11 last night. You said you were in the car with, yes, in the car with the accident. I'm not hurting myself. Yes, in the car with the accident. What? Yeah, it's like you got hit. Come to the house now. No, you saw. Yes, in the car with the accident. Huh? They probably just went there. What is the damage to the car? Oh, this is talking about my vehicle. That's what the Sentra here, so he's just confused. Yeah, he's talking about the Sentra. Okay. You said you were moving. Did you get? Yeah, man. What happened? Okay, so like, see that school people? Yeah. Yeah. What did you do? We were leaving, me and her were leaving, and as soon as I leaving the motel thing, and I'm like little steps to get to the elevator, and I skipped it and jumped down and twisted it. That's really not that was he was there for that. Let me see if I can get someone to, so you gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, I mean, what should I be telling my boss, man? Like, well, I mean, looking like what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's looking like, I'm getting ready to type up an arrest warrant. Okay, everything that we have. Yeah, text or something. Just hang on. You need to go to the bathroom? Yeah, no, I don't know if they're gonna let me shit and stuff, so.
Okay, Detective Tudor, so throughout the duration of the interview, we see you enter and exit the room a couple of times. What were you doing when you would exit the room?
I think I was confirming information from the interviews from Detective Martinez and Detective Jackson, just trying to juggle all the information.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you are obtaining information from them about what their witnesses are telling, then you're coming back and confronting the defendant with information?
Yes.
Okay, now as an investigator in this case, did you have a chance to review the statements taken from Harold Clemens and Tatiana Ashbaugh?
Yes.
Okay, and did you find those statements to be consistent with the defendant's statement?
No.
Okay. Now, you explained your training in law enforcement. As part of the academy, did you obtain any specialized training in like clues of intoxication?
Yes. I worked DWI crashes. We learned field sobriety, the standardized field sobriety tests.
And
Yes.
just observing someone, right, you're able to observe certain clues of intoxication, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and some of that would be maybe like bloodshot, red eyes, or slurred speech or balance issues, is that fair to say?
yes,
Okay, and another one is like odor of alcohol on the breath, is that another one?
odor of intoxicants, yes.
Okay, and were any of those present during this time when you were conducting the interview with the defendant?
No, I would have notated it. I didn't notate
Okay.
anything.
And you guys were sitting pretty close to each other, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that room is an enclosed,
it's tight quarters.
right,
Yes.
okay. And so, moving on, during the interview, you kind of ask the defendant, you know, did the officers shoot at you? And I guess, why is it important for you to determine, you know, who discharged first? Because I'm assuming, since it's an officer involved shooting, that the officer's actions are highly scrutinized when all the facts are unknown.
Yes, correct. And I was just giving him multiple outs. Again, because I wasn't there. But it was a tactic used to try to withdraw more information from him.
Okay, and to be fair, at this point, you haven't really obtained any video evidence from the church location, is that correct? We'll get to that.
Yes, I can't recall right now.
Okay, so then moving on, after that, if we turn to page 10 of your supplement, based on the information that you had at that point, did you decide to obtain any warrants?
Yes, at 17:43 and 17:44 hours, I obtained 2 Bear County arrest warrants for aggravated assault against a public servant. The victims being Officer Hymes and Acuna.
Okay, and after that, did you obtain any video evidence from the patrol vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you go about doing that?
So with this particular incident, everything happened very fast. So fast that the officers weren't able to activate their body cams until they processed everything and were able to activate them. And that goes with the Coban, the in-car camera system that we had. Even though that they didn't record it or that, hit the record button, Coban has a fail-safe, basically it's always recording. So with help with our chief's technology team, people that have way, better experienced technology, Geek Squad kind of guys that I have, they were able to pull the camera and obtain footage of this incident.
Okay, and then moving on to May 23rd, 2022, did you obtain any video evidence from the Calvary Temple of God?
Yes, a church employee named Brent Roberts provided video evidence from the church.
Okay, did that video evidence show the shooting?
Yes.
And that video evidence, it's been entered into evidence for the trial, but can you just explain to the jury what you observed in that video that captured the shooting?
For just this particular recollection, I'm gonna just refer to my notes. So there's a camera, the FLC carport camera shows a white SUV drive onto the church property at 02:01:59 a.m. The first gunshot is heard on this video, followed immediately by 2 more gunshots. At 02:02 a.m., the marked SAPD patrol unit is seen in motion towards the white SUV. At 02:02:01 a.m., I notated possible muzzle flash can be seen near the driver's side door of the marked SAPD patrol vehicle as the white SUV is passing by the patrol unit. Multiple gunshots can be heard. The SUV is not seen on camera any further. And I was able to, with our computer system, you can go frame by frame. And that's how I was able to notate what I believe to be the muzzle flash at the 02:02:01 a.m.
Okay, so I'm publishing that video to the jury, and so I'm gonna go frame by frame for the times that are notated.
In just one moment, can I have parties approach?
Yes.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state you may proceed.
Detective Tudor, so I'm gonna show you what has been marked as and entered into evidence as case exhibit number 113. Can you take a look at that and tell me the timestamp on it?
Yes, May 22nd, 2022 at 02:01:59 AM.
And does that match the first time snapshot in your cross guide?
I have 02:01:56 AM.
02:01:56 AM.
That's the start of it.
Okay, that's the start of the video. And then, so this has been entered and then we are gonna look at, so what was the second time that you notated for a possible muzzle flash?
I notated at 02:01:59 AM, the first gunshot is heard on this video. Followed immediately by two more gunshots at 02:02:00 AM. The marked SCPD patrol unit seen in motion towards the white SUV, and at 02:02:01 AM, possible muzzle flash can be seen near the driver door of the.
Okay. The marked patrol vehicle,
Yes.
and you stated that you were able to observe that going frame by frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm having you look at that back, frame for me, and then if we move frame by frame here. Is that where you
Yes.
notated it,
Yes.
a possible muzzle flash? What is the positioning of the vehicles at this point? Are they side by side? Are they facing each other?
Side by side.
Okay. And then moving on May 24th of 2022, did you obtain any search warrants for the case?
Yes, Tuesday, May 24th, 2022 at 12:29 hours, I obtained a search warrant for the device belonging to Tyler Ashbaugh.
And was that the device that was in his possession and state's exhibit number 118 that we saw you going through it with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive, or what did you do then? Did you take that? Did you extract it yourself or did you take it?
No, so we have a digital forensics unit. They'll help us with, like homicides, they'll come out and do all the video pulls if there's like a DVR system. They also help us with like phones. If phones are locked or unlocked, they plug it into a system and it basically makes this nice report. It makes it easier for there's so much stuff in people's phones, like everybody's life's in it. So with this software, we can search for like keywords. We can narrow down like everything in the phone from a specific date and time and kind of see what's going on the phone at that time.
Okay. And so after taking the phone to the tech unit, were they able to provide you the information that they extracted off of the device?
Yes.
And were you able to go through that information?
Yes.
Okay, and so starting out on May 21st, 2022, were there any communications of note between Tyler and anyone else that were of significance to you in your investigation?
Yes. May 21st, 2022 at 11:32:27 PM, Tyler text 210-854-6005. In the interview, Tyler confirmed that was Tatiana's phone number. He texted, "Hate my life, want to end it, can't, fucking, I hate money."
Okay, and then moving on to May 22nd of 2022, at 1:30 AM, did Tyler text Tatiana anything of note?
1:30:21 AM, Tyler texts Tatiana, trying to take me dad whip back, which she's trying, I think it's a typo, trying to take my dad whip, which is a car, back.
Okay, and then on the same date at 1:34:47 AM, did Tyler text Tatiana anything of significance in your investigation?
Sorry, I didn't hear the time.
I'm sorry, that's 1:34:47 AM.
Yes, at 1:34:47 AM, again, Tyler texts Tatiana, shootout tonight, please, fuck.
Okay. Now, as an investigator, we've already established that the crime scene unit, took custody of all of the evidence. But is it their job to send off the stuff for scientific analysis, or is that your job?
It's mine.
Okay, and so then regarding, the 9mm firearm that was found in the defendant's residence, did you have that sent off for comparison?
Yes,
Okay, and did you receive the report of the, findings?
I'm gonna object at this point, Judge. There hasn't been a predicate laid. They want to call the expert to testify about the findings, they can.
Well, the expert is gonna be called, and I'm not asking you to testify to hearsay, it's a yes or no question.
All right, you're not allowed to testify what the findings were. Do you understand? So, the objection to hearsay with regards to any, information about, the context of the findings, that will be sustained.
Did you receive the report, from the expert that did the analysis?
yes,
Okay, and did that support your investigation?
yes,
Okay. And then regarding the biological swabs that were taken from the car and then the firearm, did you send that off to the lab as well?
yes,
And did you receive the findings for that evidence?
yes,
And did they confirm the conclusion of your investigation?
yes,
Okay. Did you also, did you personally obtain a sample from the defendant?
yes.
Okay. And can you just explain to the jury how you go about that?
Yes, on Wednesday, May 25th, 2022, at approximately 11:34, I obtained a buccal DNA search warrant for Tyler Ashbaugh. It was executed at the Bexar County Jail without incident. It's just swabbing each side of the mouth and packaging it and sending it to the lab for analysis.
Okay. And then I guess while the interview was going on, or after the conclusion of the interview, did you have a CSI obtain a GSR sample from the defendant?
Yes,
And which CSI was that?
I believe it's Gira.
Okay, thank you.
You touch it from your hands. Basically, it's gonna be like just like a little swab of the hands with the GSI. Yeah. Yes. Mhm.
And Tyler, James, Ashbaugh,
So Tyler James,
Ashbaugh,
how you say this?
ASH, VAUGH,
Denver.
and then 1980,000.
You right hand or left hand?
You ready?
Have you washed your hands with this?
Yeah, I believe so.
Where you work?
Yeah, that's okay. Well, it's a little different.
I'm gonna step out and then, I'm gonna come back in and I'm gonna have to push footing.
Okay, and so did you also have CSI Guerra seize the defendant's clothing?
Yes,
And would that be, what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 116C?
yes,
And State's Exhibit 116B?
yes,
And then were those items also sent to the crime lab for a GSR analysis?
yes,
Gunshot residue analysis, excuse me. Yes,
yes,
okay, and then did you receive the report of the findings of that expert?
yes,
And did they confirm the conclusion of your investigation?
yes.
Okay. Now, on June 5th, 2022, did you receive information regarding, or additional information regarding the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And what was that?
It supported my investigation, and it ultimately put Tyler in the area of the crime scene.
Okay, was that, cell tower location that you obtained via warrant?
Yes,
Okay, and then did you analyze that data or did you hand it off to a different detective?
another detective assisted me.
Okay, do you recall which detective that was?
It's Detective Lloyd. He's since promoted. He's Sergeant Lloyd.
Thank you. And now if we're looking at page 15 of your supplemental report on June 6th of 2022, did you conduct any follow-up with the Two River Tavern?
Yes, at 15-24 hours, I spoke with a manager who identified himself as Michael Soltaw. They couldn't confirm, I didn't get any information to support them being there.
Okay, and
Tyler and Harold being there.
thank you. And in the interview, we saw that the defendant made the assertion that Harold Clemens had ran a tab. So did you specifically ask for that information?
Yes.
And were they able to provide you with anything regarding the tab?
No.
Okay. And so ultimately, at the conclusion of their investigation, what was the conclusion of their investigation?
That the defendant committed aggravated assault against two peace officers here in San Antonio.
Okay. We pass the witness, Jeremy.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Susan.
Hi, good afternoon.
You and
Good
I have,
evening.
yeah, good evening. You and I have met a couple times in the duration of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reviews the physical evidence and out at the pound.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna be asking you a series of questions. If there's anything you don't understand, let me know and I'll rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You stated that out of the Two Rivers, that you weren't able to be provided anything by the person you spoke with, correct?
Yes, can I read specifically what I notated?
You can refresh your memory with the report and then let me know if your memory.
Yeah, when I spoke to Michael, I asked specifically if he had any tab or records for Harold Clements or Tyler Ashbaugh, and he told me he did.
Okay. Now, if you run a cash tab, that's not always going to run a
Correct,
transaction with the establishment, correct?
sure,
If it's gonna be in cash, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then, are you familiar with the Two Rivers Tavern at all?
I know where it is. Once Tyler and I started talking about it, there's I believe a gas station, kind of a smaller gas station in front of it.
Are you aware that the Two Rivers engages in 8-liner activity?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and establishments that engage in 8-liner activity, can you explain to the jury what that is?
It sounds like they had what you're saying is basically like an illegal gambling operation going on. I don't have that expertise. It's usually like our vice unit would handle stuff like that, but that's what you're referring to.
Right, so if in Texas, slot machines just out and about, those are not legal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's a crime in the state of Texas.
Yes.
However, still hidden in the community, there will be
Oh, yes.
game rooms all over the place. correct?
Yes. Yep.
And that's illegal, correct?
Yes.
Now any establishment that engages in something like that probably has an incentive to not accurately report.
Sure.
And now, you stated that you reviewed, and I believe we reviewed it here in court today, the church parking lot video.
Yes.
Okay, state's exhibit, I'm sorry. The church parking. Well, if we could publish it, so.
It's Stacy exhibit 112.
And okay, so, did you obtain the video from the church, from the employee Brent Roberts?
That's what I notated, 2 videos from Brent Roberts.
Okay, and then this video is part of your investigation too, correct?
Yes.
You're analyzing it, reviewing it, part of your decision making is this video.
Yes.
Okay, and, is it fair to say that in your investigation, you conclude that the white SUV in this video fires 3 shots first?
That's what I believe. Yes.
Okay. And there was 1 shell casing that was discovered inside the white SUV, correct?
I believe it was a spent casing and a live round.
Okay, and a live round as well.
Yes.
And then there was 2 shell casings located at the scene that were 9mm, correct?
Correct.
And the officers,
At the time, we were carrying 40. We've since transitioned to 9mm.
okay, and there were 13 40 caliber casings at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and in the start of this video, the white SUV is down the hill, correct?
There's slightly a little elevation coming from O'Connor up into the parking lot.
Okay, and where the officers were parked was at the top of the hill, correct?
It's further to the right if you're looking at the video.
And in this video, we can't see them, correct?
Correct.
They're behind this building somewhere,
Yes.
probably not really far back, but somewhere out of scene right here, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and they're gonna be facing O'Connor.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna play part of the video for you. Okay. And if you'll bear with me, kind of requires me to pause it at the right moment. So if I get it wrong, I apologize. Okay, and so I'm gonna play a portion of this video, and then you tell me if you have heard at least the 3rd gunshot being fired.
Okay.
And before I do that, a bullet travels faster than the speed of sound, correct?
Yes.
And so once we hear a gunshot, that means that gun has already been fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me do that again. Okay, so we've heard 2 shots at this point in this video?
Yes.
Okay. And then let me see, you wrote down specific time notations on your report when you saw these muzzle flashes, correct?
I notated 020201 possible muzzle flash can be seen.
Okay, could I actually check that? I think we got. I think the playback may be a little bit off on the sound system. I'll have whatever computer it's in. Like, does that make sense? Like, so
No,
it's
right,
from a laptop or something. Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Is this a copy of the video?
Yeah.
And
It
I'll
appears to
take it
be.
out. Okay. Does that appear to be a copy of that video?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 111. Played from a device where the audio doesn't have to be go through an additional layer and go into the court system, okay? Okay, so I'm gonna try to pause it after we hear the third shot and you tell me where the vehicle is. And I might have to do it again because it requires me to try to pause it and at an exact moment. Let me. Okay, at that moment, have all the shots been fired
Yes.
from the white SUV?
Yes.
Okay, so all of the white SUV's shots have been fired at this point.
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe the position of the white SUV in this picture?
It's further into the parking lot. And again, we can't see patrol vehicle, but it's, I don't know how to describe it, further into the parking lot.
Okay, so from the angle of the camera, right? Because we're looking from the angle of the camera. There's a pillar in the middle of this video, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that about half of that white SUV has now disappeared behind the pillar?
Yes.
And that half of that white SUV is now, can still be seen on the other side of the pillar?
Yes.
And the patrol vehicle, the officer's unit, Officer Jaimez and Officer Acuna, is still not visible in this video?
Correct.
Okay, and at this moment, every shot has been fired that you believe and you
Yes.
discovered in your investigation from the
Yes.
white SUV. Okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm marking as Defendant's Exhibit 77. Now, you just described to us the position of that white SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate still
Mhm.
of the moment that this video that you and I have been watching
Yes.
is paused?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, at this moment, I would tender Defendant's Exhibit 77 to the state and offer an evidence. Okay, now Detective Tudor, the lighting in this,
I'm sorry, excuse me. So is it being offered or not offered yet?
I'm I'll withdraw it for the moment, Judge. I'm gonna ask a few follow-up questions.
Right.
Okay. The quality on this photo is not the greatest, correct? On
Yeah,
my,
it looks better
on my printed copy.
Right,
Okay, it looks better on the computer. The printed copy is in black and white, correct?
yes,
And it's not a high definition picture.
correct.
Okay, so this picture would not per se be an accurate depiction of the lighting conditions that are in State's Exhibit 111. Is that fair to say?
Correct,
Okay, it's darker because this is in black and white.
yes,
Okay, but for positional purposes, is it accurate to what you and I have just been discussing?
yes.
Okay, at this point, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit 77 into evidence.
No objection.
All
Okay,
right, defense exhibit number 77 is admitted without objection.
thank you, Judge. Now published to the jury.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll take this. Well, we might need it, so I'll keep it up here. Detective Tudor, Officer Jaimez, and Officer Acuna's statements too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Jaimez, do you recall about the distance between the vehicles that he estimated there was at the moment of the last shot to where he was? I'm sorry, at the moment that he first heard a shot
I'd
from
have
where
to
he
go
was.
back
And if you need to refresh your report, you can.
Yes, let me go on and get the.
Am I on top of you? Yeah.
Let me see. He said around 30 to 40 feet of the patrol vehicle, he heard a single gunshot go off.
Okay, he heard a single gunshot. Would you agree that it's probably most likely that he heard the first gunshot and then reacted, not registering the second two gunshots?
I can't, anything's possible, especially when they happen fast. Even witnesses can be a little off, even police officers can be off when stuff is happening really fast.
I understand, but you have quite a bit of experience as a police officer, correct?
Yes,
Quite a bit of experience with firearms.
yes.
Do you think it's more likely that he heard the first shot or that he heard the second or third shot, and that's what sprung him into action?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
Whatever he said, whatever he believed.
I understand. But in Defendant's Exhibit 77, at that location, that is where we estimated to be the location of the white SUV on the third shot, correct?
On this video, yes.
Okay, and that would be the final shot from the white SUV.
On this video, yes.
Okay, so that means that the second shot and the first shot come from even further distances back, meaning the white SUV is closer to O'Connor Road than it is in this picture, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna play this video again, and we'll try to decide where we can hear the first shot. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And once again, this is kind of an inaccurate science. I'm gonna try to pause it right when we hear it. Okay. We hear gunshot number one right there.
Yes.
Okay, and now, and in fact, it looks like we can see a little muzzle flare from the windshield, correct? Does that look like it?
It could, and it could be from the ambient light in the parking lot.
Okay. Now, but we've heard the gunshot,
We did.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so at this position, no part of the vehicle from this angle has been obstructed by that pillar, correct?
Correct.
And can you see where, well, let me take that back. Okay, so this portion of the parking lot where this white SUV is traveling, there's a curb line that's about to start on the left-hand side, correct?
That would be on the SUV's right side.
The SUV's left side.
Oh, I see. Yes.
That's the same curb where the officers are parked towards the
Yeah.
right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now in this, where we have stopped this video and where we've heard this first shot, does it appear to be a gap between the white SUV and the start of that curb line?
Yes.
Okay. And there appears to be a significant gap. It looks like maybe there's one more white SUV that could fit in between there and the curb, correct? And just an estimate,
Possibly.
more or less, is that you don't have it?
I mean, I can see like that little curb line right there.
Okay. And there's it's not would you agree that it's about the distance of another one of these cars?
It could be.
Okay. But it's not it doesn't appear to be a distance that's much smaller than that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, okay. So from the position of this vehicle, this first shot is taking place, correct?
Yes,
We cannot see the police unit in this video.
correct.
Okay. And so at this position in State's Exhibit 111, where we pause this video, it does not appear that that white SUV has started going up that steep embankment yet. Is that fair to say?
It looks like it's leveling out a little bit.
Okay. Leveling out meaning that it's more or less on level ground, the white SUV?
It's not, it doesn't look like it's on an incline. It looks like it's a little flatter.
A little flatter where it is right now. Like it's about to start doing that steeper incline where the hill starts inclining.
Right now it looks level-ish.
Okay. Now, you've seen and we've discussed the position of this white SUV in this video, right? And we don't see the police unit in this video.
Correct.
You would agree surely that the distance between the white SUV and this corner where the police unit is even beyond that is much greater than 30 to 40 feet.
I don't have a ruler or measurement for, I couldn't say, but it's a good distance.
Okay. What distance would you estimate that or I guess the white SUV, how from front to back, about how long would you estimate that to be?
The Nissan?
Right.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. And then, so we paused it right here. And so you and I have discussed this little light,
Yes.
and I asked you if that might be a flash, and you just said it could be, but I'm not sure because it could also be,
And that's what I said possible is on the last one as well.
it could be ambient lighting from somewhere, right?
Right.
Okay. Let me try to just, and I don't have the ability to go frame by frame here, but I'm going to just kind of either go back a little bit and then forward. Okay. So I'm just going to go back a little bit. It's, I guess, lagging a little bit now because we've left it idle. Let me try that again. Okay. Now we've rewinded it a little bit. Do we see that same light from that windshield?
No.
Okay. And now let's move it forward a little bit. Is that about the place we paused it before?
Yes.
And do we see that light from the windshield right there?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 78. Does that appear to be the same position that you and I have been discussing, where we hear and possibly see a muzzle flash of that first gunshot?
Yes,
Okay. And once again, it's not comparable lighting, correct?
correct.
This is a poorer quality black and white photo, Defendant's Exhibit 78 that I've showed you. And the video, State's Exhibit 111 that we've been watching, is the church video in color.
Yes.
Okay, at this point, I would tender Defendant's Exhibit 78 to the state.
No objection. All right, Defense Exhibit 78 is admitted without objection.
And once again, in Defendant's Exhibit 78, the police unit is still behind that building. We can't see it at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I've published this to the jury. And so just for clarity again, that and Defendant's Exhibit 78 is the position where we've been discussing where you believe you hear that first shot and you can see that first muzzle flash.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so we've done the first and the third shot. Obviously, the second shot's somewhere in the middle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you told the state that the gunshot residue was taken from Tyler Ashbaugh, correct?
Yes.
Or maybe I should rephrase that. His hands were swabbed to analyze them for gunshot residue.
Yes.
And when somebody's hands are swabbed, they do the right hand and the left hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you watch that portion of the video?
Um,
I think we did right here.
yes, yes.
Okay. And what did Tyler say, whether he's right-handed or left-handed?
Lady said he was right.
Okay. And then you got the results of the gunshot residue tests back, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that, were you aware that there was gunshot residue located on the right hand of Tyler?
Yes.
And there was no gunshot residue located on the left hand of Tyler?
Yes.
Okay, so with gunshot residue on the right hand, in addition to him being right-handed, that could support that he fired the gun with the right hand, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And now in the exhibits that we just discussed and showed to the jury, you would agree with me that that white SUV is some significant distance away from the police unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if somebody is driving a car and they're gonna shoot, and they're in the driver's seat, and they're gonna shoot a gun with their right hand, and they want to shoot it forward, that would be a pretty difficult thing to do, correct?
You probably have to shoot through your windshield.
Right? Because, isn't that part of either military or police training? If there's something in front of you, you just shoot through the windshield in a
Yes.
situation like that?
Yes.
Okay. Because, and it depends on how long your arms are too.
Yes.
Because if you're shooting with your right hand, you have to reach it across your body,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
Let's say that I'm the driver of the vehicle. And I want to shoot a gun with my right hand,
Mhm.
okay? I would, let's say I hold on to the steering wheel with the left, right? Unless I'm just not holding on and then have no control of where I'm going, right? So if I'm shooting with my right, I probably have to hold it with the left hand, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now if I have the gun in my right hand, I have to reach it all the way across my body, right?
Yes.
So that takes a lot of distance away where I might not even be able to reach the window, or if I can reach through it, all this distance on my arm can't reach out the window because it's just reaching across my body, correct?
Possible.
Okay. And now I would assume that also, and well, let me back up. Okay. And so if I wanted to shoot forward, you stated that I'd probably have to shoot through my windshield. So if I went across to the right, but I still wanted to shoot forward, you would agree that I have to cock my wrist at like a really weird, uncomfortable angle to try to shoot forward, right?
Or you could accelerate, keep the car somehow straight and lean out
Or
and
try to lean, but even
Yes.
leaning, I still got to reach my arm across my
Yes.
body, right? So I would have to bend my right wrist somehow, right? To try to get it straight through the vehicle.
I'm gonna object to speculation.
If he knows, Judge.
All right. Do you know the answer to the question?
Can you repeat it?
So if I'm driving a vehicle and I'm the driver and I'm shooting a gun with my right hand, but I want to shoot at something that's some distance in front of me, I either have to shoot through my windshield, correct?
Yes,
Or if I'm trying to reach it around, I have to take my right arm all the way across my body, right?
there's several, like I just described, you could lean
You could-
out of
okay,
the
what-
car
and
with it
so-
still in motion
Trying to- so-
and go straight.
And do like this, but I would still have to cock the wrist if I want to shoot forward, correct?
Correct.
Because if I have my arm straight, if I'm just keeping my arm straight and I'm moving it, the windshield is my window is somewhere over here to the left, right?
Correct.
And so if I'm just keeping my arm straight, at a certain point, I'm reaching the trim of the vehicle and my angle gets cut off, correct?
It could,
Right? It could or it does.
it just, I don't know, I feel like I'm just guessing. I don't know what,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about with a straight arm, okay? So I'm not trying to trick you here, okay? I'm
Okay,
saying if I have a straight wrist, if I want to keep a locked wrist,
a locked wrist.
okay? And I want to keep it straight. At a certain point, my angle gets cut off because the trim of my vehicle blocks it,
Yes.
blocks
I'm
it,
gonna
correct?
object us to speculation, and that's very prop dependent on the measurements of the vehicle and the defendant's size and other factors.
He's already answered this.
Sustained.
Now, Detective Tudor, like you said, you've had extensive firearm training, correct?
Yes,
Could you step down from the stand?
sure.
And so, if you could just stand here
Mhm.
and demonstrate for me like the proper form of firing a weapon. Let's say you're just at the range and you're gonna fire a weapon. With you know, and describe it to me like with the arms and the shoulders.
Shoulder width, I usually have.
Andrea, I'm gonna object to our.
What is the relevancy?
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Tudor, what is the proper way to hold a gun if you're gonna shoot a gun?
The proper way is keep your wrists. If I had a gun, it's easier to kind of display it, but a high grip on the gun.
We have one if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I can, if you have like a,
Um. This is State's Exhibit 99. And obviously, we want to be safe, so. Would you take that out and just confirm that it's not loaded and that there's a dip tied through the barrel and through the. Yep, okay. So could you demonstrate?
So, and like
what you're stating?
is this, hold on. Wait, the mic still reaches, I guess, in like a perfect training scenario, it's a high grip. And you control it, this is how we're trained, with your thumbs in line like this. And a perfect shooting scenario, we know that shootings happen fast and officers are not going to usually get into this kind of position. They might get into a, some type of position like this, but sometimes they're firing unsupported. The proper way is supported.
Okay, can you describe what you're doing with your wrists when you're either
You try to
one
keep,
hand or two hands?
try to keep this wrist locked. This grip is a little less, this grip's a little more. And you're just keeping your wrist as the recoil's coming out of the gun.
And you could put that down. And you were saying you're trying to keep it locked. Can you describe for me what you mean when you say that?
Just so you're staying on target, your wrist is locked, in a perfect shooting situation.
Okay. What are the dangers of having a weak wrist when shooting?
You could have a malfunction, you could have a double feed, you could have a malfunction, you could be off target.
Okay. And when that vehicle, I'm sorry, when that gun, the gun that you were just demonstrating with us, that was that the firearm that was discovered in Tyler's apartment?
I saw the brand, I saw Canic, that, I believe that was the gun.
And a Canic is what he told you he had that,
Yes,
correct? And that's the gun that you believe was involved in this case, correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, when it was discovered, there were still rounds in that gun, correct?
I'd have to look at one of the CSSR report.
Okay.
I think there was a live round. And then I can't remember if there was any in the magazine.
Okay, but you know there was at least a live round
Yes,
in the gun.
yes,
And when we viewed, I believe it was State's Exhibit 111, was that the church video?
oh,
Well, we'll just leave it general. When we reviewed the surveillance video of the church, correct?
yes,
Okay. And in that vehicle, in that video, you stated that it appears Officer Jaimez fires his shot when the vehicles are about parallel, correct? They're starting to be parallel.
yes,
Okay. You would agree that at that point, that's when the vehicles are at their closest distance between each other.
when they were side by side.
They're side by side, right?
Yes,
Okay. And there's no additional shots that come from the white SUV.
no,
If the white SUV wanted, the driver of the white SUV wanted to shoot the police officer, wouldn't you agree with me that the easiest shot would have been when they were side by side? The easiest shot for that driver to pull off,
it could have been.
okay? Why could it have been?
It's the closest distance.
And when those vehicles are at that position, if you're shooting with the right hand, you can have a strong grip in that position, correct?
Repeat that?
If those vehicles are parallel and their driver windows are parallel,
Mhm.
and the driver of the white SUV was attempting to shoot at the police officers, wouldn't you agree that in that position, they could have had a strong grip? They don't have to bend their wrist a whack.
Sure, yes,
Now, you interviewed Tyler, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. And during that interview, you said you don't seem like a bad guy, right?
Yes,
He wasn't disrespectful with you.
no, no,
He addressed you as sir throughout the video.
yes,
He never gave any indication that he hated police officers.
no,
Okay. There were no witnesses that you interviewed that stated Tyler's always had get out for cops.
correct.
Is it fair to say that there's nothing in this case that indicates that Tyler had any history of hating cops?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
That there's nothing. there's no evidence in this case that Tyler had any sort of history of disliking or hating police officers.
I did not find any history prior to this incident
Okay.
related to that,
History
of violence towards police.
Um. Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned some text messages between Tyler and Harold, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, here, let me just show you the front of this and let me make sure I don't want to lose my place. Okay, does this appear to be a text conversation that was dumped from either Tyler or Harold's phone?
Yes, this is a Celebrate report,
Okay,
and
and
I
can you
gotta
tell
look, it looks to be Tyler's phone number, I just don't know.
who's who?
Yeah,
Okay, can you explain to the jury what Cellbrite is?
so when the tech guys take the phones and they put it into that software that I described, that makes it real user friendly for me to kind of break down everything that's in somebody's phone. You can make reports like this through Celebrite. It's just the software.
Okay. And you stated that this appears to be Tyler and Harold. You're just not sure who's the green text and who's the blue text.
If I can find Harold's phone number. I have to see what I can find.
Okay. And while you're doing that, if I could ask you a question, okay. And now for the time, each of these text messages displays a time, correct?
Yes,
And then in parentheses, it says UTC plus 0.
yes.
Do you know what that
It's
means?
Universal time code, or I think it's universal time code.
Right. But we're not in the 0 time code, right?
Right, there's applications called like World Time Buddy that will help you convert it with whatever specific date you're looking for. It'll convert UTC to
Okay.
the time you're looking for.
UTC 0 is Greenwich time, right? Like Greenwich, UK.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And but it's not the San Antonio time.
Yes, when there's UTC stuff, because everything with the phones always comes back UTC, so you usually have to do some type of conversion to determine the times.
Okay. And now in one of these text messages, Harold is stating to Tyler.
Sustained.
Okay. If you could review this, the text messages, and then tell me if this is the same thread of text messages that you obtained in your investigation.
They would be, yes.
Okay. And would it help you to refresh your memory to refer to these text messages?
Yes.
Okay. And so did Harold text Tyler? Tyler, you
Sustained.
Was Harold asking Tyler if he had ever shot at a cop in this?
Drug custody Thursday and self-serving Thursday from the defendant.
Sustained.
In these text messages, does Tyler deny to Harold that he shot at police? Well, Judge, the state
Sustained.
Judge, the state had the detective go.
To get the information and.
Well, the state went through text messages already with this
Stop,
detective.
everyone. Objections will be made. I'll make the ruling. With regards to the state's objection, based upon the rules of evidence, the objection is sustained.
Okay. In the video, where you were interrogating Tyler, Tyler's not wearing glasses, correct?
No.
Okay. Did you get a copy of Tyler's license as part of this investigation?
I don't recall. If I would have attached it to the Mark 43 report writing system. I can't recall.
At the beginning of the statement, Tyler is telling you that his address is different from the one on his license, correct?
Yes,
That probably indicates that you had a copy of his license at some point, correct?
yes.
Okay. Number 79.
78 was your last one.
All right, Detective Teeter, I'm gonna show you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit 79 and 80. You recognize that?
It's driver's license for Tyler. Ashbaugh.
Okay. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate driver's license, although damaged?
Yes,
Okay. Now, does it have any restrictions listed on that license?
restriction list A.
Okay. Do you know what a Class A restriction is?
I no.
Okay. And what I've marked as defendant's exhibit 80, well, before we do that, you stated that you recognize this and it appears to be fair and accurate.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Judge, a tenor defendant's exhibit 79. Say this. Objection.
All right, defense exhibits 79 and 80 are admitted without objection.
Okay. Now in defendant's exhibit 80, we can see something right here that says with corrective lenses, correct? On the,
Yeah, it just says with corrective lenses.
okay. And you said you weren't exactly sure what a Class A restriction was?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Could it be that you're required to drive a vehicle with corrective lenses?
Could be.
Do you have any reason to believe it's something else?
No.
Okay. At this point, I'll publish defendant's exhibit 79 and 80 to the jury. Do you recall, detective, that at some point in your statement, you said you're trying to get serious with Tyler because you felt like he's not giving you everything, he's not telling you the truth, correct?
Yes.
So you say, you know where you are right now?
Yes.
And he says, I'm downtown.
Mhm.
And then he says, I don't know, I can't really see very well. You remember him saying that too?
Yes.
Okay, and he was not wearing his glasses, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 38 and 39. Okay. Do those appear to be the driver's side floorboard of that white Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you stated that there was a shell casing and a live round in that
Yes.
vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And we can see a shell casing and a live round in State's Exhibit 39.
Yes.
It's a larger picture of that, correct?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 38, can we also see it just a little bit more zoomed out?
Yes.
Okay. And so the live round means it has not been fired, right?
It hasn't been fired. It could have been ejected.
Could have been ejected, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or it could just be loose ammo.
It could be loose ammo, but it's a possibility that it could have been ejected down there by the floorboard and and that's where it ended up, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And then in State's Exhibit 38, we can also see a loose lens of a glasses, correct?
It looks to be like a prescription lens, some sort. It looks like some piece of glass.
Okay. Detective Tutor, and there were no spent bullets recovered as part of evidence, correct? Fired, maybe I'm saying that
Like
incorrectly.
like a mushroom projectile.
Right, like not the shell casing, but
The actual bullet.
however it would have ended up,
I,
it was fired.
I do not believe any were collected.
Okay. The police unit was not struck, correct?
Correct,
Okay, Officer Hines and Officer Green were not struck, correct?
correct,
Tyler Ashbaugh was not struck, correct?
correct.
Now, discharging a firearm in a municipality, that's a crime, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is that a felony or is that a misdemeanor?
Judge, I'm gonna object as to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, Detective Tutor. A lot of vehicles nowadays are equipped with what's called a black box event data recorder, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what that is?
I'm trying to recall. There's a case right now that the detectives are working with in my office, where they have a vehicle. The vehicle, there was a body with this vehicle. Inside the vehicle, there was there's data inside it's like an infotainment like system. You've probably seen them with the big screens. And there's software where you can pull it and you can get data like GPS data, phone hookups, Bluetooth, things of that nature.
But usually when a vehicle's been in some sort of accident or traumatic event, the black box will record it, correct?
I've never, that would be like our traffic investigations detectives that handle like the fatality crashes and the intoxication manslaughters. Like, that would be their, I'm not familiar with that.
But you're aware that it's called you said that you were aware that it was called an event data report, correct?
What maybe I'm thinking of something different. I'm thinking of the data that's stored inside the infotainment center. I'm not too familiar with. I know there's something that records like seatbelt clicks and speeds on certain vehicles that are involved in crashes, but
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah,
Are you aware that is
it's a
something that can
thing.
be obtained?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you and I went out to look at this white SUV, there's an investigator that came with me, correct?
Yes.
An investigator for the defense.
Yes.
And part of what we were trying to do was let that event data from the White Nissan Road, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, but and that White Nissan Road is in pretty bad shape right now, right?
Yes.
It's stored outdoors, correct?
Yes, the ground pound is a nasty place.
Yeah. I think you were wearing like duck waders because
Yes.
there's mud all over the place.
Yes, sir.
And so we tried to access that black box or event data recorder, but we were unsuccessful, correct?
I don't know what your findings were. I remember you guys were doing a lot of stuff and I don't know what you got out of it.
You remember that we had to go back the second time because the first time.
Yes.
Able to, and
Yes,
also weren't able to the second time just because the vehicle was in poor shape.
yes.
Um. Okay, Tyler was located at, the Oak Valley Apartments, correct?
Yes, sir.
Off of, on or close to Jensen Road, correct?
Yes,
Um, and in your investigation, you were attempting to, so let me back up. You got the case in the morning, correct?
yes.
So you weren't one of the officers that responded to the scene.
No, sir.
You just woke up and they were like, "This is your case detective."
Yes, yes.
Um, and so you talked to Joseph Gonzalez, Tyler's dad,
Yes,
and was he able to provide you with the apartment complex that Tyler was at? And if you need to refer to your.
yeah, I can't remember Joseph's. I know Joseph initially got me Tatiana's father's phone number. The question was, did Joseph say the Judson Apartments?
The Oak Valley Apartments, was he able to give you at least the complex?
I think he said he said, yeah, Oak Valley, or when I asked him.
And you asked,
I don't think he gave the specific address, but he said something like, yeah, Oak Valley.
and was it the same thing when you tried to talk to Tatiana's parents, correct? They knew the
Yes.
apartment, but not the unit number.
Yes, maybe I'm conflicting them. It was definitely one of them. Yes,
You didn't think they were trying to be difficult, correct? You just thought.
no.
Because they did give you the apartment completely, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And when you passed that information on to other detectives that were also trying to locate Tyler, correct?
yes, the covert guys.
And the covert guy said, you know, we already know where he's at, right?
Yes,
Okay. And part of what led into them was that they tracked Tyler's phone in real time, correct?
The object has a lot of personal knowledge and speculation.
Sustained.
Generally, were you aware how they were able to locate Tyler?
on my body cam, I'm relaying information back and forth to my supervisor, Sergeant John Marfin. And at some point, he said they've got eyes on her, they know where he's at. Then I think he said something about a water bill. Somehow they had knowledge of a water bill.
Okay. Well, as the lead detective in the case, I would assume you review everybody's reports, right?
Yes,
Okay. And are you aware that that Joe Rios was also a detective? Joe Rios is a detective in the covert,
he's a US Marshal now
but at this time he was
with SAPD.
with SAP. That he was tracking Tyler's cell phone.
I
Object us to hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Well, he hasn't said. If I believe he has to answer, Judge, whether. He
Well,
has
is it
personal
hearsay? The objection to hearsay?
knowledge. It's not.
I'm sorry, the response to the objection of hearsay.
There's no statement involved in this question, so I don't understand how hearsay is even a relevant objection in this question.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Do you know if anyone that's part of SAP tracked Tyler's phone in real time to attempt to locate him in this case?
I don't.
You don't have that. Okay. Absolutely.
State-
approach very briefly?
Yes. All right, State, you may proceed.
Judge, we have no further questions for this witness.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse me, state your own.
Excused by the defense, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. Please leave the microphone behind. All right, thank you. And if you'll leave all exhibits with the court reporter, or just leave it there. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start tomorrow at 1:30. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard about this case. Everything that you're to know is supposed to come from inside the courtroom. And if I could see juror number 53, if you could remain, please. So everyone, please rise.